as British international investment. And we absolutely intend that that will enhance the UK's financing offer and drive growth and investment throughout Africa. As British international UK Export Finance will continue to give buyers and project sponsors across Africa access to the funding that they need to invest throughout UK. 2.3 billion pounds of UK EF backing has helped British companies to deliver investment growth and jobs across the UK and Africa in the last financial year alone. And we have now signed, I'm pleased to say, a memorandum of understanding with the African Continental Free Trade Area. And I'm really proud that this agreement is the first of its kind between the Secretariat and a country outside of Africa. And it will maximize opportunities for UK and African companies to do business together and to invest together. I really believe that governments and businesses are at the most effective when we work together across borders and across continents. And that is why the investment partnership between the UK and Africa is so important. And we want this event to inspire more interest in Africa from UK businesses and investors. And our fantastic lineup of speakers are here to offer the insights and practical advice that you need to successfully invest across the continent. So let's use this conference to grow established investment partnerships and, importantly, to forge new ones that will deliver clean growth and prosperity in the years ahead. Thank you all very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to be with you today for the second UK-Africa Investment Conference. This conference comes at a particularly important time. The last time we had this conference, we were all together in the UK talking about the opportunities that UK-African trade relationship could produce. We all looked at with pleasure, and we listened to then the Prime Minister talk about the fact that the UK was going to decidedly get out of coal, but was going to continue doing gas, and growth was going to be picking up. However, since then, we have, of course, faced the COVID-19 challenge. That challenge has contracted the world's economy, and Africa has not been spared. We all know that to grow back and to recover from this crisis, a number of things are going to be required. The first, of course, is liquidity, resources to ensure that African countries and countries across the world have enough resources to respond, first of all, to the health pandemic. And we'll come back to that and how the UK and Africa are already working together to ensure that resilience and recovery from the health pandemic can also be an investment opportunity. The second one, of course, is related to energy. We know that even as we respond to the health pandemic, we need energy to power our hospitals and to power our health centers and education. And of course, as I come to and as we're talking today, we're doing this on the internet, which requires 40% energy. Where investment can actually grow. However, when we look into the past and we see what are the trends between the United Kingdom and Africa in terms of trade and how much more we can do, Africa's exports to the UK increased from 8.9 billion to 12 billion between 2016 and 2019, but declined by 28% in 2020, also due to the pandemic. So again, we have an opportunity to pick it up. The UK continues to be a destination in which primary commodities account for 38%, 37%, and 23% accordingly. However, FDI from the United Kingdom to Africa remains disappointingly low. It hasn't grown from 3% since 2009. 3% of all the FDI from the UK came to Africa. Today, it's still 3% in 2022. This, you will agree with me, is not tenable, and this does not make for a strong UK-Africa relationship. The African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement provides us with a chance to see whether we can double this number, maybe from 3% to 6% in the next 5 to 10 years. I think in conferences like this, putting a number to what we want to achieve is important. So maybe if we all remember taking FDI from the United Kingdom to the continent of Africa from 3% to 6% between 2022 and 2027, we will have something and a target that we can work towards. Why is FDI low? FDI is of course low because of the regulatory environment. But we know that the African countries, many African countries have improved on their regulatory environment, have put in place systems, policies, and mechanisms to implement better, more transparent, and more efficient processes. We have improved our export facilities. We have improved our standards. We have improved our communications and tax payment systems. So I think benefiting from a lot of what has happened inside the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is clearly a way through which we can strengthen our UK-Africa trade. Coming directly to the AFCFTA, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Today, Africa's GDP is about $1.2 trillion. We can increase this by 55 billion in 2045 if we improve or benefit from the AFCFTA. The AFCFTA is essentially to grow supply chains within the continent so that we can export more, so that we can have more foreign direct investment. That is why I am confident, coming back to this famous 3% number of FDI from the UK to Africa, if we build and increase our supply chains on the continent, we can certainly increase FDI to the continent. We have seen that with COVID in South Africa, in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Morocco. A lot more pharmaceutical firms from the UK are investing on the continent today to see how they can grow the supply chains. If you take the COVID vaccine, for example, it needs 80 different components to be created. I'm sure that the UK investments already with AstraZeneca, there are huge partnerships on the continent. We can grow that, we can do more, we can do better, which will create jobs for us, but we should also ensure that we have adequate supplies. If we move further on to agricultural products and agro-processing, again, there is already quite an amount of trade between Africa and the UK, but we could do more. We could double that with more investments between Africa and the UK in this sector. On transportation and energy, especially, a lot of the public-private investments into the energy sector have been from Europe and the United States, but not from the United Kingdom. There's huge opportunity for renewable energy and yes, for gas. Africa has a huge, huge gas reserves. We're looking forward to not just British Petroleum and not just investments, but small investments that can help us with distributed energy, as I'm sure my colleague Amani will talk about in a few minutes. The investments in energy, mini grid, small sectors, small solar is huge and the potential enormous. The UK is a large leader in wind power. I think that increasing these kinds of investments on the continent will clearly take us from that 3% to 6% before we even know it. So again, I think that this is an important conversation to have. Africa's energy paradox is an investment opportunity, both for the United Kingdom, but also for Africa to help us grow in a sustainable way out of this crisis, but also to work together to see how we can build a more cleaner and sustainable environment as we go forward. So in closing, once again, thank you for inviting the Economic Commission for Africa. We are working with Oxford University on studies that show us that from South Africa to Chad to Kenya to DRC, we can increase value added by 430% if we try to grow in a more sustainable way, using sustainable energy, more digital connectivity, and of course, better health. Those three areas are huge potential areas for investment within the AFCFTA, for which Africa and the United Kingdom could work collaboratively together. Again, I thank you for your attention and look forward to us growing from 3 to 6% FDI investment over the 5 from the UK to Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in the UK Africa Investment Conference, the second edition of the Africa Investment Conference. It's a pleasure for me to start the year with a very strong collaboration with the United Kingdom. As you know, we signed a Memorandum of Understanding between the AFCFTA Secretariat and the United Kingdom with a view collaboration, cooperation, and partnership is further strengthened. The AFCFTA has a one combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars, this is an immense opportunity for us to partner and to find investment opportunities that will benefit the UK, that will create jobs on the African continent, that will ensure technology transfer, and that will ensure a win-win collaboration between the AFCFTA Secretariat and the United Kingdom. I very much look forward to working with you through the course of this year, and I wish you very, very successful deliberations during this conference. Thank you.
But there is one thing I can tell you that absolutely has not changed, and that is my ambition for the UK to be Africa's investment partner of choice. But there is one thing I can tell you that absolutely has not changed, And that is my ambition for the UK to be Africa's investment partner of choice. But there is one thing I can tell you that absolutely has not changed, and that is my ambition for the UK to be Africa's investment partner of choice. But there is one.
Development Investment Company, British International Investment, we will invest £3 billion into climate finance in Africa and South Asia over the next 5 years, making it one of the largest climate finance investors in Africa. British International Investment is helping to support a green revolution, for example, by restoring 10,000 hectares of forest in Ghana with the scope to plant up to 25,000 trees a day. BII is also backing pioneering 3D printing that will help build low carbon housing in schools, which will reduce the carbon footprint of new homes in Malawi and Kenya by up to 70%. Our funding is an investment in our collective future, and it's a huge opportunity for UK and African businesses. In 2020, at the UK Africa Investment Summit, we committed to build a new business support service to expand trade with African countries. And today I'm proud to say that the service is up and running and ready to help UK and African businesses connect and identify trade and investment opportunities. It's called the Growth Gateway, a digital portal that offers support on trade, finance and investment, backed by a team of trade and investment specialists, including experts from Boston Consulting Group and PA Consulting. Growth Gateway provides you with all the information you need in one place, with a team of 20 experts who've worked extensively on trade and investment in Africa. Together, they have over 190 years of hands-on experience, and they're available to answer any questions. They're taking part in today's conference, and I encourage you to ask what they can do to support your business. Comparatively, African countries have made a tiny contribution to climate change. However, we can only overcome climate change and only unleash the huge economic potential of African nations when all governments and businesses work shoulder to shoulder for the good of us all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And first, many thanks to the Minister and those who've spoken before her for their remarks, which we've then seen for this conference. I think particularly just having heard Vera Songwe for setting up what you might describe as a bold challenge for all of us to double FDI. I'm now delighted, and for those of you who heard my panel last year, perhaps understandably somewhat nervous, to be able to introduce our opening discussion for the day. I'm Andrew Skipper. I'm chair of the Hogan Lovells Africa practice and co-chair of the UK government's Africa Investments Group. And I'll be facilitating this panel. I was actually at COP with the Great Green Wall, and as we all have, I've been following discussions now leading up to COP27 in Cairo. And I wanted to be able to start the day with a diverse range of interests from people and businesses that have experience of getting things done on the ground in partnership and who make a difference in a concrete way from which we can all learn. This will be in the context of real life and immediate demands for power, industrialization of jobs, with more added value in Africa, for Africa, through partnership with international business. And the opportunities offered by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which others have already mentioned. Our panelists are going to show examples of how progress can be achieved and how they can get it done in partnership with the broader ESGs in mind, and how this can be driven by the blend, which is the current word, I think, of private sector and public sector working together. We've got a fantastic range on our panel with the AU, multinational manufacturers and local clean tech power generators to give us a rounded picture. We don't have anybody who's playing today, so there's no excuse for going off and watching the African Cup of Nations, but I congratulate Amani on Egypt's getting into the last 16. And although we have no Ghanaians on the panel, I have a Ghanaian in my team, and so I just will pass over the sad results of the Black Stars the other day. So let me first introduce briefly each of the panel. First, Her Excellency Dr. Amani Abu Zaid. Amani is the newly elected Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the AUC. She's in charge of sectors covering energy, transport, tourism, and as we discussed the other day, digitization, which is obviously critical to the future. Prior to joining AUC, Amani served for more than 30 years in leadership roles at top-tier international organizations like AFDB, UNDP, and USA, with a focus on infrastructure and energy. Over her career, she's amassed a rare mix of experience across Africa, France, UK, and Canada, and managed large and complex development programs, including the largest operations portfolio of AFDB. She's responsible for some of the most important areas for future growth in Africa. And I'm grateful to you for being here, because I'm aware that there are other very important meetings going on in Africa at the moment, and that you've only just made it back to Addis. So thank you for joining us. Next, we have Colin O'Brien, who's the Africa Supply Director for Diageo. He joined Diageo in 1993, which seems a long time ago, unless, like me, you joined your firm in 1985. And he's been there ever since, working at the legendary St James's Gate in Dublin, which I remember well as a student, and then as a supply chain director for the International Supply Centre and European Market, covering planning and logistics. Finally, he moved to Nairobi, where he is now, as supply chain director for African markets and East African breweries. And in October 21, he took over accountability for the global beer supply chain. So he's a very important man during football tournaments. Colin basically gets things to you on the continent. Then we have Peter Ben-Hurnieko, who's the co-founder and director of Mandulis Energy. Peter co-founded Mandulis Energy, which is a clean tech startup and social enterprise focused on developing and deploying new technologies and approaches to deliver energy that's affordable, reliable, sustainable, and capable of driving economic development in urban, rural, and refugee communities. Mandulis has been backed by, as we'll hear, a panoply of multilaterals and DFIs, and leads the development of Earth Energy, which will be Africa's largest grid-tied biomass gasification plant, as well as Repile, using off-grid renewable energy to power agriculture, logistics, and enhance livelihoods. Peter set up and managed other businesses in Africa and worked across sectors in agriculture, education, climate finance, transport, and logistics. So he can cover any question which we happen to throw at him. But basically, for this purpose today, Peter powers the future. Mikateko Cheche, finally, is the finance vice president of Unilever, based in Joburg. She's a highly experienced finance professional with Pan-African experience in consumer goods and pharmaceutical sectors, which were mentioned earlier, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. She's currently Unilever's Africa Finance VP and executive director of Unilever South Africa, where, as well as her financial responsibilities, she plays a key role in shaping the business to better serve African consumers and ensuring Unilever brands and business footprint help make sustainable living commonplace. She leads the Unilever finance team across Africa and is passionate about leading for equality, diversity, and inclusion. She joined Unilever from AstraZeneca, where she was CFO for the Africa region. Before that, she was SG Johnson and Bayer, also in South Africa. So she has a range of excellent experience across the consumer goods and pharma sector. So we've got the joy, frankly, today of hearing from Addis, Kampala, Nairobi, and Joburg across pretty much all the possible sectors you could actually hope for. But given the fact, and I'm in London, so you'll know this is live at some point when somebody disappears, I expect. So, but let's start with a question to all of And starting with Your Excellency, Amani. Following positive noises from a UK-led COP26 and looking forward to COP27 in Africa, and coupled alongside the African Continental Free Trade Agreement just starting to get traction, to what you and the AU have described as what you hope to see as a new paradigm. What do you think is needed, and what opportunities do you see for investing to make a change on the continent? And is it realistic in the context of today to see a UK business playing significant and particularly a mutual part in, as I put it, getting it done? And is this backed up in reality as far as you're concerned? And I'll be asking the same question to all my panelists to start with. So, Amani, maybe you could give us a brief response, maybe picking out some of the points which were made earlier.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and allow me to greet you all and express my really pleasure and also honor to join this fantastic panel. And yes, exactly picking up from where Vera left and also from what you said, Africa, we're not going to re-emphasize the importance of Africa and its the abundance of resources on the continent. However, until maybe a few years ago, Africa is made of more than 50 small markets, and the creation of the African Free Trade Area brings lots of hope and opportunities for everyone, for Africa definitely, but also for our partners. For that African Free Trade Area to operate, to function effectively, I'm sure you would agree with me that the backbone would be also an effective infrastructure, that is, effective transport, effective energy, effective digitalization, given, the nature of things today. This is where we come as well, because the Agenda 2063, which is the African Agenda for Integration, provides for the African Free Trade Area, but also for other integrated projects. And I'm really happy to say that as I speak now, we have large programs for regional and transcontinental infrastructure, including definitely transport. Same thing for energy. Last June, we launched the African Single Electricity Market, which is again going to be the largest electricity market. Alongside with that, we have the African Single Air Transport Market. And as I speak, 59 countries have joined that market, and we are in the process of creating the market. All of this with the purpose and goal to integrate the continent, and for all of this to support, the free trade area, but also and mainly the well-being of people. We want a competitive continent, harmonizing the regulations and policies to make it easier for the investors, whether African or non-African. So create this economy of scale, also give a boost to employment and to create opportunities for our young people, for women and children, and a good part of that goes also into bridging the urban-rural gap in Africa. So that's in a nutshell what Africa is trying to do. You're seeing maybe the tip of the iceberg, and it's a good iceberg, which is the free trade area, but underneath that, there's all this buzz in all sectors in order to promote and boost a sustainable growth for the continent. And I'm saying sustainable in purpose, that includes energy, of course, and energy is a very important topic in that.
Thank you so much. Colin, maybe turning to you now, because I think we're trying to cover a gamut here. I mean, on the ground, supply chain is key to any success, as we've seen globally recently. So same question to you, really. Where do you see the opportunities to make a change? And picking up a bit about your business.
Yeah, so probably a couple of main areas to highlight. I mean, I guess the first thing is
we tend to manufacture a lot in countries, and the opportunity to be able to export competitively and sustainably from those markets into other markets in the region is really, really attractive to us. So I think the point Amani made there around infrastructure, and particularly transport infrastructure, and the ability to move product freely from one market to another, I think would be very, very attractive to us, and would allow us, build on the efficiencies of operations that we have in some of our big markets. I guess the other big opportunity we see is, and again, Amani answered, is around electricity and renewable energy in particular, and creating grids where markets that have big, renewable energy potential can export electricity across the region, and we can avail of that in markets that maybe is a little bit more challenged to do that. I think is hugely important. And then I guess the final part is, as an organization, we want to source as much as we can locally. So all the materials we use, what we manufacture, we want to get that locally. So the ability for big suppliers to set up hubs for whether it's glass manufacturing or carton manufacturing or closure manufacturing, and that we can easily export them across the region, I think is hugely attractive to us. So yeah, I mean, I think we see massive opportunities in that free trade zone.
That's great. So picking up the electricity but power point, I think, Peter, that comes straight into your patch. So maybe same question to you, but picking up, tell us a bit about your organisation and how you're going to deliver the Vera challenge.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So at Mandulis, we are a UK company. We're a startup, not too old, but we do a lot of industrial research in partnership with UK universities such as Imperial College and other UK startups on the tech side. And we do a lot of our work in Africa at the moment, in Uganda, where we are deploying renewable energy from hybrid sources. So we connect both biomass electricity from agricultural waste with also solar together to help us deliver what we're proud to say is currently, the cheapest electricity off grid at the same quality as real electricity. So in Uganda, for example, we're delivering electricity off grid to households at 26 cents a kilowatt hour, and to industries off grid, we go way lower. But that's only possible by focusing on productive, affordable energy that is needed for agricultural value addition. In these communities, value addition to agricultural production is very important to get them out of poverty. What's interesting there is we've had a lot of work that brings the UK in. A lot of our industrial research has been supported by Innovate UK and UKRI, and that's really helped not only de-risk but also catalyze ability to move into attracting more private sector funding into the scale of what we are doing. What's quite significant as well is, our larger projects that we're still developing include the 20 megawatt Earth energy project. If you think of the waste that will come out of that, with biomass gasification, the residues from ag waste from over 120,000 farmers, over 1 million people getting an income from the inputs of biomass to power, a city. But the waste that comes out of the biomass gasification power plant is biochar, which is a great carbon sequestration opportunity, but also can be used as a coal replacement for industries. So by us looking at not only electricity, but also clean cooking fuel, we're able to tackle the issue while at the same time bringing the farmers around us upwards.
That's a great start, actually. Thanks. And we maybe pick up, and you might be able to take advantage of carbon credits later on. But Mikateku, I mean, coming to you last in this round, but from the Unilever perspective, you manage the finances across the whole of Africa. Where do you? Same question to you, really. Where do you see your priorities?
Yeah, so we are part of the global Unilever group. In Africa, we currently actually employ about 4,500 full-time employees, but our footprint actually extends to impacting about over 100,000 people in Africa through our supply chain networks. I think just for context, over 90% of the goods that we actually sell in Africa are made in Africa. So having a strong manufacturing footprint is quite critical for us as the Unilever Africa Group. The free trade agreement is quite important for us in Africa. We know that in Europe, for example, it took over 30 years to set it up. And we know that it will take us just as long, but I know that Africa is currently working on getting this done a lot sooner. This does require investment, but I think the reality is that we also need to work with what we currently have in place as we develop the required infrastructure, the required integrated systems, and obviously set up the required processes for the Continental Free Trade Agreement to actually operate optimally. From a Unilever perspective, we obviously have manufacturing facilities in some of the key markets, and our ability to move product around is quite critical. But where this free trade agreement really does need to play a huge role in our ability to serve our consumers with great Unilever brands and priority being at affordable prices, is that there needs to be an unlock through this trade agreement through infrastructure, through easier logistics, ultimately, in my opinion, to help ensure that the products that we're actually selling are affordable for our consumers. So the investment that we need from the community on this particular platform is investing in road, rail, air transportation, investing in systems that will enable Africa to integrate, and obviously also providing any best practices and knowledge to help ensure that we are creating an effective market that is well integrated for trade. Thanks, Andrew.
Perfect, because that takes us straight back, I think, to Amani with that, with the infrastructure challenge, with your various hats on, Amani. But picking up a slightly different point, but focusing again back on that, there's so many stakeholders in so many areas across Africa and globally. I mean, I'm looking at Great Report, and there's any number of people involved in that alone. And the AU has a chance to lead on this, I'm sure, but how do you think you can deliver and lead on a clear strategy to partners which can then be delivered in reality? And because this is what we're talking about a bit today, what role can the UK play in that, for example, in the just transition?
First, I would like to maybe stop at the just transition, because this is maybe the term that you are using for your people, but this is not the term that we are using for us. For us, the question is a developmental question, and it's for us. It's the transition is from undeveloped into developed, not and just to be human. Let us just remind ourselves that 600 million Africans live without access to electricity, and that 900 million Africans do not have access to clean cooking and suffer, from the smoke of burning woods and other for cooking. So it's a question of development and of well-being of our people. Now it's so it is so opportune that now, as we speak, renewable energy prices are much more competitive. The technology is advancing fast. So this all works to the benefit of the continent. And what we are doing, not planning to do, what we are doing is trying to make use of resources that we are having in order to ensure a sustainable development and well-being of our people. Now, in that, we have, because I also hear a lot, from investors, the stereotypes maybe from 20 years ago, there are no bankable projects. No, there are bankable projects, and many of them. And under the African Union, for instance, in infrastructure, we developed a program with specific projects that have been came to us, bottom up, have been screened, selected. We ensure that content that to be climate resilient, to be gender equitable, to have smart technologies, to bridge the urban rural, and these are for the regional and transcontinental areas of the continent, which means that there are huge projects, in addition, of course, to the national to the national projects, and these ones are also, we are providing a facility to help with the preparation, the early stages of any project in infrastructure. They are usually costly and heavy in studies and so on and so forth. So we are also given a facility to help investors in that regard. We are also working to harmonize, I mentioned, the policies and the regulations in order to make it easier for investors to work on the in 2, 3, 4 countries at the same time in these regional or transcontinental projects. But in energy specifically, because you mentioned just the transition, huge programs of renewable energy at various scales. We have the largest 2 solar power plants in the world are in Africa and are up and running. And 2 the mini grids and off grids, as we had some initiatives, but also gas for clean cooking, to convert, from or for our people to leave the firewood and cutting, the forest to cook. Now to use the natural gas, which is the cleanest of fossil fuel. Many of our countries are also working on converting the cars from using petrol to using natural gas and in preparation also to move into electric cars. So
questions we can go.
Sorry?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but could you just focus very much, because gas is something which is talked about a lot. Your view on gas is that it's an essential part of whether you call it whatever transition you call it. That's your view.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, gas is a very important.
Several questions about that.
To move into a cleaner energy, there are several tracks that we have to work on. One of them is energy efficiency. Already that we have to make sure that we use it efficiently, no waste, but also efficient machines. And that's one track. The second is to, if you are starting something new, to use the latest, which is very often the renewable, and that is happening as well. The third is to clean what we already have, and that is happening as well. So it's all of this. So clean, improving the energy mix using natural gas, which is, yes, a very important component of the energy transition in Africa, but maybe in other parts of the world. I don't want to go into that in other parts, but for us in Africa, definitely natural gas to power, but also gas as a base load for renewable energy, and gas for clean cooking is a very important component of our energy transition. And I'm really happy to see also many African companies operating in that space, and they are operating both in the natural gas and renewable energy space in a variety, in a number of our countries. And here I really encourage also British companies to join forces and to see the fantastic and the great opportunities that exist in our markets when it comes to energy, but gas and other things as well, transport and so on.
Yeah, that's really helpful, because it's obviously a constant question. I assume this will be picked up on the road to COP27. Peter, I mean, I come directly to you, Peter, on sort of almost in response to that, but also how you see, well, certainly how you see that transition, but more importantly, I think you've got a lot of global investors in the public space. Is there an advantage working with you in that and in a multilateral way? And are there any downsides in dealing with so many stakeholders? It's a bit like the question about there's so many people in the AU that how can you manage that? And maybe we'll come back to that, Marnie. But at a slightly smaller level, Peter, maybe the same question for you, really. But picking up on those points,
Thank you so much, and thank you, Your Excellency. Yes, it's something we're working on already as we speak at the moment. In the communities where we deploy mini-grids, our mini-grids are able to power rural industries at the same price that urban industries are basically powered on the electricity side of things. That encourages urban industries to move closer to the source of production. And that makes a massive difference. In those communities, we've already introduced electric mobility, electric transportation, electric ambulances, making the transition even more interesting. Going as far as making sure that the circular bioeconomy that 26, we're actually living that at the moment, where used from farms that would have been burned otherwise are used to electricity to generate clean cooking gas, which is inherent value as the natural gas, generate electricity, biochar coming back into the soil. So it is actually happening, and we're ready to kind of keep on scaling it up. What has made that possible? What's made it possible for us to test all this out? The very best technology out there, going as far as having parts of our ecosystem that have designed our own batteries. That's why it's been really helpful to have the multilateral support in our research and development, and beyond that, in capitalizing future investment, which is coming in now. We've actually been able to take a project which was seeded by Innovate UK, worked in it for a couple of years, tried out different technologies. Now, as part of the pilot project, there's a village of 200 people that's connected. But that's catalyzed private investment to enable us to scale up to 6 locations, where each location is able to support over 20,000 households. So large private sector institutions can come in, but they usually want someone else to help get ideas off the ground. And it's by helping us prove the case for carbon financing, being able to try to internally subsidize our refugee community, having our own carbon financing, and that's also possible.
Sorry to again, the question coming in it's around. Tell us a bit more about how you do the carbon finance side. Does this give an addition to your overall business, being able to sell essentially carbon credits, or how does that work?
Thank you very much. It comes in really handy at the beginning of a project when it would take you a year or two to secure equity to scale up a project. But by able to forward sell the carbon offsets based on what's been designed and based on what's happening on the ground, we're able to, in effect, reduce your risks, and having sales of carbon offsets maybe 5 years ahead, 10 years ahead. Yes, the catalyzed effect of multilateral development. We work directly with large Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 100 companies, etc., directly, forward sell to them, and also to the public as well. And then that allows us to be able to deliver electricity in rural areas, same prices, electricity in the grid, deliver solutions in communities. We just connected more than 7,500 refugee families in Uganda over Christmas, them clean cooking fuel for Christmas, and onboarding them onto clean energy. All that has been possible because we've been part of our own carbon platform that allows us to do these forward sales. So it's actually made a massive difference to us. Forward sales of carbon offsets to further de-risk projects, further catalyze further investment, and to reduce the need for external equity as you keep on the project.
I'm sorry, but I think in fact investment, whether it's a bankable investment or not, going forward, and if you listen to what people, Angolans are doing with their green hydrogen and things like that, then it's around this sort of area where you can get additionality, I think. Colin and Mikiteke can say whether they're buying credits from you or not, but I leave it to them best whether they're doing that. But I think on Colin's side, given your global global responsibility. Firstly, a little bit about how you will essentially decarbonize your supply chain. So I think you talked to me about bio example. But secondly, really, and taking it away from that side, it's a little bit about in the torn up world of supply chains. You look at supply chains as Africa's big supply chain going, or is that just wishful thinking?
Thanks, Andrew. And to your question, I probably do need to talk to Peter later on. But anyway, just in terms of our decarbonising, but probably it's worth talking about our own strategy for supply in Africa, because it's all kind of leading on from that. So probably back 4, 5, 6 years ago, we were running at around 47% of our materials, the raw materials that we use for making our beer and spirits. We put an ambitious agenda to get to 8%, which we delivered. And a big platform of that was us in the capability within our breweries to be able to handle raw materials, but equally invest in the agricultural supply chain and the farmers to be able to develop the local raw materials to do that. And I'll probably point to two examples, one being Ghana, where we have recently opened a new brew house in Ashton, which is about £20 million in investment. And that allows us to access approval of locally sourced sorghum, which we've been working with farmers to develop the supply chain through seed, through finance, and through technical. So that's one example. Another example, which I think many people will be aware of, is the work that we've done in Kenya, where we've invested over 100 million in a brewery in Kisumu that is to utilise locally sourced sorghum to produce Senator, which is a product that's kind of used to combat illicit alcohol. Operates with slightly lower tax rate, but allows us utilise sorghum. So we invested over 100 million, and through that we developed a supply chain of farmers supporting about 57,000 small farmers. And again, the support we've given to them is through financing, technical support, seed development. So that has been our approach, and it kind of feeds then into what we're doing on how we decarbonise our supply chain. So a good example of that is what we're doing on biomass in Kenyan, Uganda, and some very similar story to what Peter has done, where we're investing probably over 35 million in some biomass boilers, which are very robust boilers to allow us handle a different type of material. So we'll be commissioning them probably the next couple of months, and the plan is once we have them up and running, we will start developing a kind of a different type supply chain where we work with local farmers and create bigger opportunities for value add into the local communities using agriculture waste products, as Peter has mentioned there, and other sources of biomass products to help decarbonise what we're doing in Kenya and Uganda. And just put it in context, Diageo for Africa is about 30% of Diageo's carbon, and this one investment alone will reduce the carbon from Africa for Diageo by about 25%. So really exciting, but probably more exciting is the opportunity it gives us to create more jobs and more value to the entire supply chain. To your second question around Africa playing a bigger role, I mean, absolutely. I mean, being selfish about one of the big things we've done in Africa is we have some fantastic talent in Africa, and what we have started to see now is we are a kind of an exporter of talent across Diageo, because even if I look at the supply chain, some of the most efficient plants, not just in the Diageo world, but in industry, are being operated in Africa. So we have fantastic talent, and we're actually using that talent to kind of show what can be done and how it's done across the rest of our operations. So that's probably the easiest, simplest, and quickest example of where we have absolutely utilised the expertise of the supply chain people in Africa to help grow supply chain capability elsewhere, because the resilience that the supply chain people in Africa have to develop all sorts of challenges is phenomenal and really helps the rest of our global operations.
Thanks. Now, I'll be coming back, I think, on the capacity building tech transfer point more generally to Amani after the next point. But we could take a second. For you, you've been in Africa for a long time. How do you see, it's really the same point about supply chain. Are you investing in Africa for Africa or for the global supply chain? And do you see the African Continental Free Trade agreement as likely to increase your investment or be neutral to it, would you say? And what do they need to do to make it work in reality? Because Africa sounds great, and we've heard from Kelly earlier, and we've heard from others. Do you see any? You're a finance person. Are there any things really bug you about what's going to hold things up? There are a couple of questions there for you, maybe.
Yeah. To touch on our commitment from a Unilever perspective, so obviously we do also want to contribute towards zero emissions globally. We do want to obviously do this by investing in low carbon emissions. And just to give an example of some of the work that we've done across Africa is in Kenya, for example, where it's one of the areas, one of the facilities which are actually operated 100% on renewable energy through solar plant investment by place. So Unilever in Africa definitely contributing towards this agenda. And we do believe that it is critical, either through the investment choices that we're making with respect to the carbon footprint, and also through investment choices that we're making with respect to using reducing, for example, the use of plastic in some of our products as well. So that certainly is key. Whether the free trade agreement will be a contributor to the expansion and growth of our business in Africa, I certainly think that the answer to that is yes. Like I said earlier, it definitely does require us to be able to move our products along the different countries within Africa. So just to give an example, where we currently are reviewing our supply and value chain in West Africa, looking to really optimize exporting between either West Africa and other parts of Africa to drive increase in locally manufactured products, which also works quite well with our prioritization of localizing the sourcing of versus actually importing a lot of that. I think, as I mentioned, about 90% of our of the products that we sell actually locally manufactured in Africa. So the first priority would be to increase sales and trade within Africa itself, but also quite critical is our ability to then be very, very competitive and be able to export beyond the borders of Africa. So the trade agreement for us is quite critical because it will enable us to ease the way of working. So just easing the way, easing an ability to operate within Africa. Quite critical for that. It will enable us to optimize our distribution footprint, and it will also enable us to serve more and more within the African footprint as well, which is quite critical for us as a consumer goods business, which aims to provide great hygienic products and great food, to be honest, to the African consumer as well. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. Now, picking up the point which people have raised a lot about, you could call it, I probably used the wrong phrase again, Amani, but capacity building around tech transfer. Where do you see the role of this at the moment, and particularly the role, when we talked before, you talked a bit about Egyptian renewables, for example, the role the UK had to play in that, but with everything which is going on, with the demographic changes, unless there are jobs for people, then all the things we're talking about are going to be probably secondary, I suspect, to the demographic changes. But if you can educate people and build their capacity, so and with your role in digitization in particular, how important is capacity building to you in the AU in the context of that and tech transfer? There's several people asking about vaccines here, so you feel free to talk a little bit about that. It's a question which is burning on people, but it's not just about that, it's about tech transfer generally. And what do you think UK has done, and what could it do more in your view?
Thank you, Andrew. And I addressed that, and I addressed the issue that you mentioned earlier about having too many partners. So, with a concrete example, we have in Eastern Africa a fantastic project that we have that we are implementing together with a multiple number of partners, including the UK, which was a great supporter of that project, which is the geothermal energy project. You know, Eastern Africa is really very rich with geothermal energy, and the aim and the goal is to have the region, you know, benefit maybe 40% of its energy coming from geothermal. And together with Germany, UK, the European Union, New Zealand, and others, we are supporting the local private sector and sometimes public-private to be the developers, you know, to carry out these geothermal projects. And it's a fantastic example both of the partners working within an African project and supporting the private sector, the local private sector, also with technical support. And now there is a technical, a center in Kenya for technical support on geothermal. So here is a concrete example how we can all work together, on the one hand, but also work together with a local within a country in Africa, help the private sector and why not the public sector develop or strengthen their abilities or capacities in a particular on a particular project. And here is a project on also renewable energy, which is geothermal, which not always talked about, but which is really important to volcanic countries with volcanic soil, like in Eastern Africa. Financial support is highly important, of course, because I mean it's particularly when we talk about energy, when we talk about the roads, these are costly projects. These are huge and very costly, and they last a long time. So you really better get it right at the beginning. And Africa financial gap just for energy is 90 billion a year. We need like about 120 billion a year, and we can, you know, provide some, but there's a gap of 90 billion. Even add to that, you know, all the pressure now due to COVID, so things are not easy. But technical support in order to localize industries, for technology transfer, particularly, is going to be, and it is very important. I'm really encouraged and happy to what I'm hearing from my sister Mikateko on, you know, localizing and providing support in manufacturing locally and creating, you know, added value products, and not just, you know, exporting raw material, which is something we want to completely change. And that is why we have a large industrialization program. And that is why also we need to bridge the energy gap fast and at scale. The ambition of Africa is not to have a bulb in every house. The ambition of Africa is also to industrialize. And speaking of digital, why not also mention a fantastic example of an African and British example in the digital space? I mean, this famous mobile money initiative that, you know, opened electronic finance for the world, not just for Africa. It is also an example of a partnership, you know, between UK and an African country or group that created that fantastic innovation here in finance. Digital particularly is fantastic in Africa because the young people, the creativity, the energy, and together with the need to leapfrog, we've seen a booming digital market in the continent, and we're very happy with that. And we really hope that we all continue supporting, and I say we, not only Africans, but that our partners here, they support our young people in the innovations which have providing fantastic solutions to not only to Africa's problems, but to also the world's problems. And digitalization is going at a very fast pace. in the different sectors in the continent. And this is not only good for the economy, which now it's about, digital related issues are like 10% of our GDP now or more, but also this is direct contribution to the climate agenda. And for some reason, people do not always see or make that connection. Since this session is also within a context of COP27. But digital and digitalization is definitely, if you want to measure to put sensors everywhere to measure, the quality of air, if you want to improve the agriculture, to make predictions, but also limit, not use paper and limit the movement to finish a transaction, do that online. All of these things contribute also to the climate agenda, and we need to see that happening fast. Digital is another fantastic sector for joint cooperation.
Unless I suppose you're creating cryptocurrency using too much electricity. But it's. I want to go back. I think Mikiteko, maybe you picked up on it and touched on it as Marley just said. The importance of creating value in Africa for Africa, but looking at the way, and you're passionate, I know, about inclusion, diversity, and how do you see in your business this working through in terms of, again, for want of a better word, capacity building on the continent? And is this something which, as a multinational, essentially, is that something you're committed to, and should we be committed to doing that? And if so, how do you?
Yeah, so certainly committed to capacity building, but we can only do this through partnering with other organizations. I think the reality is that we will not be able to execute this as Unilever by doing it by ourselves. So critical to be connecting with either other NGOs, organizations abroad that have a keen interest and are highly invested in seeing Africa continue to develop. So from a capacity perspective, for example, in Unilever in Africa, we collaborate with certain NGOs to make sure that we are able to use our brands as a force for good. So promoting healthy eating and healthy hygiene as well. Just to quote an example, I know with COVID, everybody has been quite involved in hygiene and behavioral changes coalition that has enabled most organizations to participate in either providing some sort of information, education around how we could actually beat this the virus. So it's critical to collaborate is really what I would call out as well. From a Unilever perspective, and we obviously are a purpose-led organization. It's very important to future fit our teams and our employees as well. So quite a lot of investment taking place from a learning and capability development perspective to help ensure that our teams are either being exposed to the developments that are available out there, and to making sure that capacity that we're actually building and the capabilities that we're also building have a benefit for the Unilever organization in Africa. Making sure that we are able to stay abreast of the agenda and in terms of its impact to our manufacturing capabilities, which does have a huge benefit, more affordable again, because at the end of the day, if we have great brands that are available on the African continent, but are out of reach from a price point for our consumers, then we're not really doing a fantastic job as Team Africa. So critical to help ensure that the capacity that is unlocked in collaboration by partnering with other third parties is ultimately used for the benefit of the consumers that we serve.
Thanks. Going back to, another multinationals have sometimes been accused of being extractive in terms of the way they operate globally. How important is the same issue around partnership and capacity building to Diageo in Africa, and how do you see that as being a model for others?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, Diageo in Africa has had a long footprint in Africa. From I think we started exporting from James's Gate to Africa in 1827. So it's a hugely important part of our business. And I think continually investing and continually building partnerships has always been critical to what we've done and will continue to be critical into the future. I mentioned some of the work we did on locally sourced raw materials, but I guess even to expand that, and particularly when we look at the kind of the environmental space. If we want to hit our circularity targets, which we absolutely do, working in partnership with NGOs, with governments to make sure that we have the right recycling setup and everything is absolutely critical. We've worked hard on responsible drinking campaigns, safe driving campaigns in all the markets that we operate in, and then strong partnerships with NGO and government in terms of how we deliver water and water of life projects across Africa. And then if I look even further at what we want to do in terms of decarbonising our business, without developing fantastic partnerships across markets we operate in, we won't be able to do that. So, Peter mentioned a number of things they're doing around renewable energy, and Amani mentioned the thermal. From our perspective, Scope 2 decarbonisation is one of the areas we haven't landed yet on how we're going to do it. We want to make sure we want to do that in the most efficient, effective and sustainable way. We know there are answers, but we want to make sure that the most efficient answers. And I think working in partnership with the industry and government bodies to make sure we do the right thing there is hugely important. And then probably the most challenging area for us at the moment is our Scope 3, so all our supply chain emissions. So 25% of our carbon is from direct emissions and from electricity to fuel our plants. The rest is all our supply chain. So whether that be packaging, whether it be agriculture, or whether it be other raw materials we bring in. So working in partnership and coming up with solutions, creative solutions that we don't have at the moment with a number of different people, and then investing behind those partnerships is going to be absolutely key for us to deliver what we want to do for a sustainable business in Africa.
Peter, in reality, do people help you? Do you get support on tech as well as cash for your carbon?
All right. Awesome. So when it comes to
does this really work in practice? I guess is the question.
When it comes to tech, we find ourselves leading. We as many of the startups are out there, we lead on tech. We go all the way out, make sure the green, clean option is the cheapest, most viable, and most attractive option. We've got to do that hard work and make sure it works at a small scale before we go out there and connect. For example, if you think about the farmers we work with, the very same farmers who supply people like Diageo are the same farmers that actually supply us with the waste. Once sorghum, maize, barley goes to Diageo, the waste that's left behind, that's what we purchase. So we find ourselves working in the same ecosystem. Now, when we provide farmers income from that waste, they're able to add to the income that Diageo is supplying to them. If we're able to deploy our electric vehicles, which we are doing already, in the collection of our agricultural waste, the same electric vehicles can also be used to move the grain that goes to the bigger markets. And when we deploy our digital platform, which we do to collect our biomass waste, the same digital platform can now also be used for bigger companies to aggregate and source and track the inputs that they need for their industries, both for beverage industry in country as well as other industries for export and so on and so forth. So we've realized that, it's been a case of academic and industrial research, proving the case, making sure we can deliver product to industry at a lower price, at a better quality. Then industry will always come on board. Industry has come on board, and I'll say Diageo has worked with us in Uganda, and we're glad that they have, because it's going to help us move forward, and we look forward to working even more with them, as well as with others in the ecosystem across different industries. After COP26, there's a lot more excitement now to move things forward. Once we have a 20 megawatt plant up and running in Bulu in North Uganda, up to 120,000 smallholder farmers will be able to have a regular income from their waste for 20 years, guaranteed by the power plant. But once that waste is gone through the power plant, we will have over 50,000 tons of biochar coming out of that power plant, which can meet the energy needs. Prime Minister talked about industrial heartlands belching out carbon. Industries, such as Unilever's industries in Africa, Diageo's, Coke's, others, can actually use this biochar instead of something else. And you find that the same waste which was left in the field has now generated electricity for the economy, and the waste out of that has now replaced heavy fuel oil and coal at the same quality and at a low price. It is possible. We are doing it, and we believe we can, share our learnings and help others figure out how they can do that as well. And we're now taking those learnings back to the UK and figuring out that the issues that are faced by smallholder farmers in Africa are actually the same issues that are faced by rural farmers in the UK. Affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy that is productive. If the price comes down low enough, and if it's also climate smart, biochar is involved. It helps any farmer anywhere, any rural person anywhere. So the learnings that have been supported by our corporate partners and our government partners like the UK government and so on, have now led to innovations that have not only made a difference to Africa, but are now moving back some of the countries that supported us make those innovations. So it is a project, like I actually say, but we can get together and power that future for.
Brilliant. I've been asking questions which have come from our excellent audience as we go. There's a number of questions which people may think I'm ignoring, but that's because we have no representative of the UK government on our panel, and a lot of them, I have to say, are directly addressed to them. So I'm sure that they and those questions about bankable products will all be covered in future, because we have a financing team and we have an energy team coming up later on, and those will be, I'm sure, be picked up then. I want to ask you one more question each with a quick response, because this has been, for me, it's been great fun. That always helps. And it's been really informative for me personally, which is great. This is the third iteration of the UK Africa conference, investment conference / summit, whatever you call it. And in between, the UK have been leading on COP26, heavily engaged with G7, G20. Are you optimistic for the future? And what do you think your message to the UK is to do more of, to deliver and get it done? We've heard from Vera earlier with a very clear challenge. Very briefly from each of you, if you could just come up, are you optimistic and what can we do better? Amani, starting with you. And then Colin.
Am I optimistic? Of course I am, and I'm challenging the world. Actually, not just our colleagues and friends who are asked this question. Of course, I am optimistic, and I think it was Dr. or Peter who spoke about the African Free Trade Area. What took Europe 30 years to do, it took Africa 3 years to do. And I did mention the mobile money, and the mobile money that is African. It ushered mobile finance for the whole world. And we all have been listening to Peter and the innovation that we are doing. Of course, I am optimistic. People just, I would like for people to, or I would wish for them to listen and see Africa and not see Africa through the stereotypes or through or reporters or media that is, seem to focus on, ambulances. That's not the case. Africa is young, dynamic, and whatever sector you are looking at or we are looking at, we see a great movement happening and excellent steps being taken. Of course, we are even under the pandemic, because someone and you did mention vaccines or the pandemic. Even under the pandemic, what Africa did, and I am sure someone will document that, will write it in a book, is that Africa came together and is from day one and established an Africa Fund to cushion the implications of COVID, funded by Africans. And we shared each and every resource, each and every PPE we are having as a continent, and our airlines, our doctors, our medical teams, our Africa CDC, our politicians, heads of states who were negotiating vaccines themselves. This is the Africa I know that unfortunately is not reported in the media. We came as one under the one of the harshest and most severe crises the world has ever seen, and we came as one from day one, and we continue to be. So yes, absolutely. I'm watch for Africa. We are coming very strong, but you better join in very soon because opportunities are here. They may not be here.
Absolutely. Get there, or got to be in it to win it. Get Colin.
Hugely optimistic. Hugely optimistic, Andrew. I think with the passion, the energy, the capability, and the skills that we have in the African continent, absolutely massively optimistic. And I think the ask, for UK investors is to invest behind that and make sure the technology and skills and whatever that we might need to learn and develop from is shared freely, so we can move on to the next level.
Excellent. Mikiteko, from your point of view? I'm going to leave Peter to last.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew. So I think I'll start by saying again, Africa is a very young and growing population. We need jobs, we need housing, we need services. We also want to make sure that we are able to create the jobs that we need, while making sure that we are doing a green and a sustainable way for Africa as a contribution towards the rest of the world. I think, as you would have heard across most of the conversation, Africa is certainly ramping itself up to be a manufacturer, not only for trading within Africa, but also for trading beyond the borders of this continent. And we do need the likes of Europe and other continents across the world to be open for trading and obviously be receptive for exports that are actually coming from Africa. This will obviously enable those markets to contribute towards Africa's ability to create more jobs and Africa's ability to be more sustainable and more self-sufficient. So for me, I think critical for the world to be ready for Africa as we continue to develop, be ready and receptive of Africa's talent and skills development, and be an active investor. I think there was a challenge earlier when there was an opening where somebody said that the current FDI towards Africa is sitting at 3%. And we definitely do need to see that doubling within the next 3 to 5 years. So I'll leave key stakeholders with the following thought that says, what is your commitment towards making sure that the FDIs in Africa can actually double? From a Unilever perspective, we certainly are very much committed to being a purpose-led and future-fit organization in Africa for Africans. And we certainly will be continuing to the consumers in the purposeful brand themselves. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. And Peter, I think I know what your answer is going to be. It's not going to be no. So give me give us a minute of your optimism.
Awesome. Absolutely optimistic. Like Imagine say, the time for talk is over, the time for action. My grandmother always says, it is actually not fire that gives birth to ashes, but it's ashes that gives birth to fire. So when you look across the continent and realize that everything seems like it's burnt down, that it's from the dearth of that scorching earth, from those doldrums that, people can rise up and ideas rise up like a phoenix. The head of BlackRock talked a couple days ago in his CEO letter that we've got to think of ourselves not as dodos, but as phoenixes. And that's the future. So the future is very, very bright. It's one full of hope. And we can actually have a just transition, a complete transition, a transition where the renewable, the cleaner, the greener future is the more affordable one, the more sustainable one, and the more profitable one at the same time. So I think it's time we all got together and joined each other's missions to power that future hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that's a great way to finish. There's confidence. I love Mikiteko's point about Africa for the world, not just for Africa, confident approach. And I think I couldn't have put it better than this. Don't be a dodo, be a phoenix. So thank you very much to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you so much to my panel. That was enormous. Yeah. So thank you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you to the whole panel.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
the EU. So I think there's still quite a bit of work to do on that front. But that is why we have this conference and this attempt to try and engage the private sector to invest on the continent. Finally, I'd like to also say a word, behind trade, we need a lot of capacity building on the continent and so on. And as you know, the UK has shrunk the percentage or amounts available for that would help with such aid for trade. So that's another challenge. So these are some of the challenges we need to look at.
I think that is a wonderful way to start, both in terms of the successes and in context of preferential treatment, et cetera, but also the challenges that remain. Given that the continent represents about 20% of the world's population, it does seem quite stark that we represent such a relatively small share of trade and a relatively small share of investment coming into the continent. I wonder whether Secretary of State Trevelyan, you'd like to pick up and just maybe underscore for us and the audience why the UK-Africa partnership is so important and clearly is getting your attention.
Dambisa, thank you. And what I'd like to begin really by saying it's a pleasure to be speaking with both of you today to celebrate the Africa Investment Conference that we are sharing. The Prime Minister is really committed to the UK being Africa's partner of choice when it comes to investment. And the UK wants to develop our partnerships with African countries across the board, including in security, in climate, and the empowerment of women and girls, and importantly, in support of freedom and of democracy. So this conference highlights the huge range of opportunities across Africa. By 2030, half the African population projected to live in urban environments, and the continent's top 18 cities will have a combined consumer spending of around $1.3 trillion. So Africa requires an annual investment of something like $93 billion to fill its infrastructure gap. And we want to be working towards closing that gap by partnering the UK's private sector expertise, capability and technology with innovative and knowledgeable African businesses, which can lead to those higher living standards and incomes which we're all aiming for. So I'm really pleased that UK companies are leading the way in supporting the transition to renewable energy in Africa. DIT, my department, is proud to support UK companies to work with African governments to expand their renewable energy capacity. So the UK is focusing on achieving long-term sustainable economic growth, committing to open borders and the rule of law, and achieving those mutual benefits for both the UK and for Africa. So, Dampisa, for example, we're working with the African Union Commission and member states to support their plans for Africa's sustainable economic recovery from the effects of COVID-19, and we've supported the AU's COVID response through a £20 million contribution to the AU's COVID-19 response fund. Those sorts of relationships are the ones we want to continue to build on and grow. Really important.
Thank you so much, Secretary of State. I always love very specific examples, and you've just offered us some. I'm going to probe you for some more in a moment, but I think that you've provided us with a great jump-off point for my next question, which goes back to Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, which is that 2 years ago, you emphasized when you joined us in London, the UK Africa Investment Summit meeting there, you had stressed the importance of infrastructure investment. And I think it's pretty clear, whether it's in the US, the UK, or indeed across Africa, the infrastructure is definitely a hot topic. But in particular, you had emphasized that the infrastructure agenda needed to be executed in a sustainable and green way. I wonder, just picking up on Secretary Trevelyan's comments, if you could just talk to us a little bit more about clean growth theme of today's infrastructure sort of agenda and thinking, and why investment in sustainable infrastructure is so crucial for the narrative of the future for the African continent and the relationship between the UK and Africa.
Well, thank you. Yes, it's really a good jump off from what the Secretary of State said. And I think there are two reasons why we should think about sustainable infrastructure for the continent. I think the first is it's well known that most of Africa's infrastructure is yet to be built. There are estimates that up to 2/3 of our infrastructure on the continent is yet to be built. And we've just heard there's a huge infrastructure gap. The African Development Bank estimates our needs at about $170 billion per year, of which 70 billion is being funded by the public sector, leaving the kind of gap anywhere from the 93 Marie, and Marie talked about 100 billion. So we have a huge gap. We have an infrastructure. So you ask yourself, how do we fill this? We don't want to build infrastructure in the old way. So when people talk of building back better, this is what this really means. How do we not repeat the mistakes of the past? And the second thing is that Africa has a strong comparative advantage in renewables. We've got geothermal, we've got wind, we've got solar in abundance. So if you combine these two things, I think that this is the path to building sustainable infrastructure for the continent. And some countries like Kenya, Ethiopia have already embarked on that. So this is what I mean by saying when we are building infrastructure, we can build it better and we can move towards renewables.
Yes, absolutely. And this is clearly an agenda item, as I intimated a moment ago, not just for Africa and the UK, but worldwide. Really important given the estimates of how large the world population will be, but really an opportunity for us in a technological world to sort of jumpstart and think about renewables and the green economy. Secretary of State, I'd like to come back to you and just maybe probe a little bit further. You had talked a little bit about your relationship or the UK relationship with the African Union and supporting initiatives on the sustainable and green side. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit more about how the UK government is actually supporting sustainable investment in Africa. Really important theme, given all the challenges, which we'll come to in a moment.
Such an important question, Davies, because of course sustainable trade and investment are crucial for reducing inequality, for improving a country's economy, and of course raising incomes and creating new high quality jobs. So trade is at the heart of the UK government's international agenda. And the integrated review firmly underscores the importance of both trade and development in enabling developing countries to integrate into the global economy. So the UK's Building Back Better World Toolkit, shorter known as B3W, is aiming to build stronger, more transparent economic partnerships based on that high quality investment. So the toolkit is aiming to mobilise up to £8 billion of investment a year for developing countries by 2025, offering tailored packages of finance and technical assistance, guarantees and technology transfer. And this will help developing countries to support investment in infrastructure that's clean, that's sustainable, and indeed that's reliable. So the UK B3W toolkit is going to support the delivery of the UK's Clean Green Initiative, which was announced by the Prime Minister at COP26 in Glasgow in November. This is going to help to scale up public and private investment in sustainable infrastructure globally to support those clean economic growth choices and address the impacts of climate change. The British International Investment, BII, those of you who've been around a long time, although it used to be known as CDC, is also helping developing countries to be less aid dependent and to finance their own development. So in 2020, over $2.2 billion in local taxes was paid by CDC-backed firms to partner governments in Africa and in Asia. And moving forwards, as part of our G7 presidency last year, BII has pledged to work with other G7-funded development finance institutions to invest approximately £60 billion in the African private sector by 2027. Further still, UK Export Finance is leading the global shift to clean growth projects. So by actively seeking to support renewable energy projects overseas, UKEF will help UK exporters tap into the global transition to those cleaner fuels. So, for example, in Zambia, a direct loan of £244 million will support the design, construction and operation of 108 solar-powered rural healthcare clinics and 3 hospitals by NMS Limited. And in Uganda, support worth £185 million will improve the Kampala Industrial Business Park and help exporters to deliver a range of services, including upgrades to roads, water supply, power, IT and telecoms. Finally, DIT Africa continues to collaborate closely with UK companies and African partners to help bring sustainable investment projects to closure and address some of those barriers to progress. Our officials are ensuring that UK investors are aware of opportunities to support projects which meet the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, through the Investment Deal Room, and work to identify areas of UK capability which can support African partners to achieve those sustainable outcomes. DIT, alongside its partners, is supporting sustainable investment through sharing UK techniques for the development of sustainable infrastructure projects and techniques on how to retain investment with existing investors. Because, of course, private sector investment is key for driving those sustainable goals. We know this. For example, last year, Vodafone, part of a consortium that made the largest ever foreign direct investment in Ethiopia, an investment of $8 billion over 10 years that's going to transform data accessibility and result in the creation of 1.1 million jobs across the digital economy in the country. And I think we should also remember that companies involved in outward investment have higher productivity than companies without sustainable investment links. So there are benefits for those companies who are investing too. And through our trade and promotion and trade policy in the UK, as well as our support for public and private sector investment, we're supporting and empowering UK and African businesses, ultimately leading to more and better jobs, business opportunities, and our great goal, poverty reduction.
Secretary of State, so many words in there that music to my ears, not least of which Zambia. I was born and raised there, as I think you know. I'm always gratified to hear so many specific and tangible efforts that are underway that are crucially important as we continue these very important efforts of investment, of trade in a sustainable and green way. But obviously, we are continuing to live, hopefully the tail end, but we shall see, in a period of immense volatility and change, and also enormous difficulty. And so I'm very curious to hear from both of you, essentially your thoughts around COVID resilience. How is it in particular can we expect or see multilateral organizations such as the WTO supporting the business environment in African markets? I mean, of course, we need these markets to not only remain transparent, but be sustainable and remain equitable in such a volatile and difficult period. I wonder if I can go back to you again, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, to hear your thoughts, and then pass it on to the Secretary of State Trevelyan with a similar opportunity to give us some thoughts about resilience in the COVID environment.
Well, thank you. I think that's really a very important question. How can an organization like the WTO support the business environment on the continent? I think there's several things that we're doing that I think is helpful, even in this COVID environment, to build resilience and sustainability and cut down costs. Let me just talk first of the Trade Facilitation Agreement. The WTO members have negotiated a multilateral trade facilitation agreement that is really designed to reduce trade costs, which are extremely high and the problem for business on the continent. The estimates that the trade costs in Africa are the equivalent of 304% tariff, and double the cost in developed countries. Obviously, this puts our continent, the business people on our continent at a disadvantage. So anything that would be put in place that can reduce this cost is helpful. And that's what we've done at the WTO. We have this trade facilitation agreement, which our members are domesticating and implementing, which will reduce these trade costs, sweep away the barriers, regulatory and otherwise, that lie in place for trade. I want to add to that we're at the moment also negotiating an investment facilitation agreement. Having seen that the trade facilitation is really helping many countries to sweep away these barriers, to digitize, for instance, trade and reduce the cost. Members are now negotiating in a plurilateral agreement, an investment facilitation agreement with a similar thrust. How do we reduce the costs and barriers that lie in front of those who want to invest on the continent? So this is something we're doing at the WTO, and it is something once done that will be very beneficial to business and to the continent and make for resilience. I just also want to mention a third agreement, that the Services Domestic Regulation Agreement. This is in order to spur investment in services, because the way trade is going these days, it's not just goods, but services trade is growing even faster than goods. So how do we make us benefit? Now we have a plurilateral agreement with 67 members negotiated to bring down reduce regulations, make it easier to invest in services around countries in the world. I would urge African countries to join. We have 67 now. A few of them are African, but we need many more of them to join to benefit from this. And then finally, how do we support the continent on this big and important journey that's embarked on the African Continental Free Trade Area? This is one of the most exciting things the continent is doing, creating what will eventually be a seamless market of 1.3 billion people. This is no mean feat. And so how do we support the Secretariat and support the countries in order to be able to benefit from this agreement? We're working actively with countries to try and deal with their challenges in benefiting from the African Continental Free Trade Area and also supporting the Secretariat. So 4 very concrete and specific things we're doing to build resilience and help businesses, trade better, invest better for the benefit of people on the continent.
That's wonderful, especially hearing that 300%, that tariff, and we have to take advantage of the technological era to continue to force costs down. Secretary Trevelyan, same to you. How is the UK government working with African nations to support businesses in this current environment?
Thanks, Amrita. Firstly, I'd like to praise Dr. Ngozi and the WTO for their work in ensuring that there is a fair and transparent trading environment for business globally, which both Africa and the UK benefits from. Ensuring trade continuity for trade with Africa has been a real priority for the UK government. And I'm exceptionally proud, actually, that we've ensured trade continuity for almost all trade with Africa, having concluded, as Dr. Ngozi mentioned earlier, 9 trade agreements covering 17 African nations before the UK's departure from the EU, and taking forward the Generalised Scheme of Preferences. And we've taken these steps because we recognise the importance of ensuring that UK businesses can continue to trade in and out of Africa without any disruption. And of course, in addition, those less developed countries in Africa who we not yet have agreements with can continue to enjoy the duty-free, quota-free access to the UK market through GSP. And we will be launching the new UK Developing Country Trading Scheme later this year. As a newly independent trading nation, the UK is really committed to the rules-based international system and of using trade as a force for good. Our international development strategy, which we hope to publish later in the year, will set out how we support developing countries to become more self-sufficient through trade and eventually to become our trading and investment partners of the future. So perhaps one of our greatest contributions to supporting business is made through our market access activity. Our focus has been on a smaller number of high-value market access barriers, and we've made a shift to prioritise the renewables, healthcare, sustainable infrastructure, agriculture, and the financial services sectors. And to please you, Dambisa, I'll give you an example. The barrier on renewable energy products we recently removed in Kenya is expected to save businesses millions of pounds over the next 5 years. We're also currently working collaboratively with a number of African governments to respond to issues such as healthcare, forex, and tax, supporting a more stable environment for business. And I'm really delighted that the African Continental Free Trade area is making fast progress into developing a tangible agreement of real and ultimately global significance. The UK has an excellent relationship with the Secretariat, and we're really excited about its potential long-term impact and how the UK business and investor community will be able to make the most of this agreement. For instance, it's going to improve intra-regional trade, creating jobs and prosperity, therefore making Africa an even more attractive place for UK and international investors. And there's significant potential for a single market across Africa, of course, even more attractive for those UK exporters. It can drive industrialization on the continent and bring greater coherence to African trade policy, which will benefit all those who trade and invest in Africa. And it will reduce the complexity and the cost for businesses operating in multiple countries by leading towards a continental market for goods and services. So crucially, UK companies who manufacture in Africa will find it easier to export within Africa, and service providers will benefit from the easing of restrictions from the progress of services liberalisation. In essence, we will continue to leverage trade policy, including supporting applications to join the WTO, to protect and encourage further UK-Africa investment.
That's so exciting and super, enthusiastic for me, certainly, and I'm sure others who are watching this, just to hear how many activities are occurring across the continent, and engagement that's so detailed. And, clearly the macro environment, but also the policy stance taken by multilaterals and specifically by the UK government is really important for where we're headed. And both of you have done a superb job of explaining that very clearly. I wonder if we could just take it a notch to more specific again around specific areas that you see, industries, particular themes that will really showcase what you see, where you see the opportunities for trade and investment and further engagement between the UK and Africa going forward. We've talked about green and clean, we've talked about infrastructure, but I wonder if there are other areas that you also think are really important. Our delegates today, I think, will be very keen to hear that what sort of industries you think are top of mind. Let's go back to Dr. Ngozi, if you wouldn't mind to kick it off there.
Well, Lisa, that's a very important question. And I think we can just look at the situation we are living today, which is the pandemic. Look at what is happening to the continent. We've learned now that in a situation like this, you can get into trouble when you don't produce your own medicines. So I see a very big opportunity in the pharmaceutical industry. And if you have the market of 1.3 billion that we're talking about with the Continental Free Trade Area, there's really an opportunity to develop a pharmaceutical industry with an ecosystem spread across the continent that can deliver for us. That way, we don't have to import 90% of our medicines or 99% of our vaccines in future, which has left us vulnerable. We must now we should invest ourselves. Let me also talk about our own domestic or African investors. We have Africans investing in other African countries now, South Africa, Nigeria. You find a lot of cross investment. And if we can partner with FDI from UK to go into these kinds of industries, I think that would be very important. So clearly, that's one opportunity I see going forward. The second I'd like to touch on is how do we look at the geography of the investment on the continent. So it's not so concentrated in some of our cities. I know this may not be top of mind, but local communities also need to be part of this. If you look at my country, Lagos, for instance, is more than 50% of our non-oil GDP. So any investment would be good to spread it to some of the secondary towns or local rural areas to benefit more people. We need to use trade as an instrument for inclusion. And the way we do it is by touching more local communities, by bringing in micro, medium, and small enterprises and making sure they can join national, regional, and global value chains. And above all, by working with women and seeing how we can take advantage of e-commerce, digital trade. That's the future. How do we bridge that infrastructure gap and then, make trade work for local communities and for those who are disadvantaged? Remember, our population is very young. The median age in Nigeria, for instance, is about 18, and that's the case all over the continent. So we have to focus on our youth as well and make sure that whatever investments we are making impact them and create jobs for our youth. And we encourage them also to be entrepreneurs and create jobs for themselves, partnering with FDI from outside.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngozi. I wonder if Secretary of State, I'd like to pick up on something that you said earlier, and you mentioned in passing, but Dr. Ngozi has really emphasized, which is this question of inclusion. Really critically important as we think about not just women and local populations, but really thinking about a reset post-COVID. I wonder if you could just pick up on some of these themes and talk to us about how that is prioritized in your own thinking.
Thank you. Yes, we know that trade is a key driver of growth and prosperity and development, and of course, a crucial enabler for achieving women's economic empowerment. So advancing gender equality and women's economic empowerment is a core element of the UK government's modernising trade agenda. Africa is the only region in the world where more women than men choose to become entrepreneurs, with women powering the economies of the continent to a greater degree than anywhere else in the world. So the UK government is seeking to tackle barriers to women in trade head on. We're promoting our Aid for Trade offer, where the UK provides women with skills or mentoring, breaks down those gender-specific barriers to trade at the border, and works with governments and the private sector to improve the business environment for female entrepreneurs. We're also a proud donor to the She Trade Commonwealth Programme. Through the programme, the UK is supporting over 3,500 female entrepreneurs in Ghana, in Kenya, and in Nigeria, with training and business support to grow their businesses, trade internationally, and build resilience to the economic shocks of COVID-19. We're also a proud supporter of the Joint Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment made at the WTO Ministerial Conference in 2017. And the UK is participating in the newly established informal working group on trade and gender to advance this work ahead of the next WTO Ministerial Conference. So we are continuing to really drive the ambition to secure strong outcomes on trade and gender equality together. Because crucially, the UK wants to use its influence in the WTO to argue for fairer trading rules for developing countries. We recognise the value of developing countries' voice in all the multilateral fora to collectively overcome barriers to trade, bring about those resilient supply chains, and strengthen the rules-based international system.
Well, thank you so much. I will just mention very quickly that as we all know, the UK was the president of the G7 last year, and I had the great privilege of participating in some of the gender-focused areas around the economy and really prioritizing that. So I can certainly attest, not just from being in the boardroom of DIT, but also some of the efforts and conversations made last year that the emphasis on inclusion and moving society forward by much more inclusivity, not just of women, but local populations, is certainly something that is top of mind. It is really been a real treat for me, a great honor to have time with both of you. I know that our delegates have learned a lot about the sort of broader macro and policy initiatives that both the World Trade Organization and the UK government specifically are embarking upon in these ongoing challenging times. But also, I've been delighted to hear and feverishly take notes here on the specific things that both your organizations, under the important your leadership, are embarking on in specific areas in different countries, in different sectors, and clearly looking ahead in terms of digitization, in terms of green, and in terms of inclusion. So it really just leaves me to say thank you so much for your time, for your effort, for your leadership, and I really, really thank you for all the emphasis on trade and investment. This is the key and really the backbone for success in the future. If there was nothing else that you wanted to add, I did want to just send a message to the delegates, which is you now have a 30-minute break, and we look forward to welcoming you back at the next session, which will focus on the UK's finance offer. But otherwise, from me, thank you very much, and I hope you have a good day.
Echo Atlantic is a new city within a city being built on land reclaimed from the ocean along the coast of Lagos, Nigeria. The city began in 2006 when the developers, the Shaguri family, was granted permission to build a preliminary seawall to protect Victoria Island from 100 years of severe coastal erosion. The Shaguri family has been active in various industries across Nigeria for over 40 years, with strong construction capabilities, from high-rise buildings to major highways such as the Lagos Airport Road, coastal protection, and a strong presence in hospitality. Echo Hotel has 824 rooms and 8 restaurants located in the heart of Victoria Island, offering a perfect blend of relaxation and activities to the highest international standards. The Great Wall is 8.5 kilometers long and 8.5 meters above sea level. Elaborate testing of its structural design was carried out to the highest standards and has passed vigorous tests by the world-renowned Danish Hydraulic Research Center. Echo Atlantic has secured an EDGE certification from the International Finance Corporation, IFC, amongst others. This will push developers to also get certifications, decreasing by 30% the resource intensity in energy, water, and embodied energy in materials, which will have a positive environmental impact. When complete, Eco-Atlantic will be a new vital link to the world's economy as the future financial capital of Africa. Eco-Atlantic is a designated free zone under a federal government initiative, a vital addition for investors who live or conduct business within the city. Carefully planned road systems with multiple entries and exits and pedestrian zones will keep the city congestion-free. Utility services comprised of stormwater drainage, sewage drainage, water supply, electrical power distribution, and fiber optic cable network for IT services. International investors will have a huge impact in terms of further developing these parts of the city. At Eco-Atlantic, we are currently undertaking technological advancements that cultivate self-sufficient and sustainable smart cities that can power themselves. With such infrastructure, Eco-Atlantic is looking to attract tech startups by creating one of Africa's largest tech hubs.
One of the key features that we are establishing in Eco-Atlantic is our central business district, dedicated for the development of headquarters and operational buildings for financial institutions, both local and overseas. We've had further news. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced their intention to establish within Eco-Atlantic an international finance center. This initiative will encourage investment to flow in both from domestic sources and overseas. A core element of any city is obviously a first-class educational facility. With this in mind, we are going to establish within Eco-Atlantic a school of international standard. It will provide first-class educational facilities for preschool right the way through to pre-university level. This school will be open not just to residents within the city, but also to aspiring pupils coming from outside. Any city would not be complete without a first-class healthcare center. This aim, we have been in talks with international investors, and we will establish within Eco-Atlantic an international standard hospital. This hospital will attract the high-level physicians and medical personnel, and this will enable Nigeria to provide first-class medical facilities within Lagos.
Eco-Atlantic is happy to invite various investors from around the world to take part in this fast-growing new city.
Global perception of a nation's size and position would imply that growth is already in motion. But what if we could take that notion further, bigger, better, faster? We are mega on the map. Mega infrastructure, mega power, mega sustainability, mega industry. Not forgetting strategically being located in the center of everywhere, for everything and everyone. Mega connectivity, mega trade, mega markets, mega tourism, with the minds and manpower to make your business multiply. Others have captured this wave and capitalized their business on Egypt's mega reform, mega empowerment. Our understanding of mega transformation is a whole new size of big mega investments. We are making Egypt global again.
Greetings from Mauritius. My name is Mehul Bhatt and I head strategy and sustainability for the Rogers Group. After having lived and worked in the United States, United Kingdom, Denmark, Kenya, and India, I've chosen to come and live and work in Mauritius because of the immense opportunities that this island has. I would first of all like to thank the organizers of the Africa Investment Conference 2022 for organizing this wonderful virtual event. I guess many of you already know about the beauty of Mauritius, our waters, our beaches, our natural forests, and everything else. What might surprise many of you is the fact that Mauritius is also a fantastic and a leading business destination. We rank 13 globally in the ease of doing business. We are an international finance center. We have a diverse population of 1.3 million people who are bilingual in French and in English. And we have trade agreements with all the major economies of the world. Rogers Group, the company that I work for, is a fairly old Mauritian group. We've been around since 1899, but we've constantly innovated. And today we are a diversified investment holding company, and we operate in 4 served markets. The first one is financing, the second one is logistics, the third one is land and property development, and the fourth one is travel and hospitality. We are about 5,000 people working in 11 countries in over 110 destinations, offices around the world, which makes us one of the largest Mauritian groups on the island. Today, the opportunity that I'm going to talk to you about is an opportunity to take part of our region called Belong in the southwest of Mauritius completely off-grid. And I'm really, really excited to talk to you about that. Sustainability is something that we hold extremely close to our hearts. It's part of our strategy, and we are trying our best to make sustainability sustainable. Now, let me talk to you a little bit more about the opportunity right now. What you can see on the screen is a graph of Mauritius. Mauritius has made commitments to reduce its carbon emissions by 40% from the original 2015 baseline. And this project is going to contribute to that particular venture. The region that we're talking about is the region of Belong, where our group holds about 3,500 hectares of land and 2 hotels and many other economic activities. Just going into the details of this particular project, what we intend to do, as you can see from the screen, is to actually take part of our economic activity completely off the grid and make sure that we are able to supply this part of our business through a combination of solar, batteries, and diesel generator systems. We want to keep the cost the same or lower the cost from where it is today. And we also want to reduce emissions by at least 30%, if not more. We believe that this requires an investment of about £8 million to start with. And if we succeed well on this particular project, there are many more opportunities going forward. If we look at the pilot offtake agreement, what we have in mind is to actually get into an agreement with the company to take power for 20 to 25 years at a price which is linked to the grid pricing, and ensure that we give an environment where this unique off-grid solution can be experimented. And if it works well, we are able to replicate it around Mauritius and around the region. We believe this is very exciting. And if you are interested in this opportunity, we would love to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and speak to you soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Rogan David. I am the founder and CEO of Nabe Recycling. Nabe Recycling is actually a pillar of circular economy in sub-Saharan Africa. What are we doing and who are we? Actually, the story of Nabe Recycling is totally linked to my personal story. I've been working in Belgium for quite 20 years. And then I've been confronted with pollution once when I got back to Cameroon, when I saw how many plastic bottles were just around. I decided to do something about it. And it's about doing something about it. At this moment in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, the middle class is increasing, making the consumption different from what it was 10 years ago. We are using more plastics in everything. Everyone is drinking water in plastic bottles. This brings a lot of problems. We have the problem of pollution. We have a problem of contamination of our soil, contamination of our sea, contamination even of our food. Nabe Recycling decided to do something about it, not only at the level of Cameroon, but we are also working at the level of Gabon. We are working in Congo DRC, and not least but not less, we are working also in Tanzania and Kenya, where we're trying to put in place solution that result actually in the decrease of pollution and more also in safeguarding actually our ecosystem. Nabe Recycling needs you to take part in this fight. We have a project where we need investment. We need to build factory around countries. We have to have trucks to provide a solution for the local population to drive to their premises to collect plastic bottles. We need support from all kinds of people, not just to feel alone in these battles of us. Work with us, connect with us to have a view on our business plan. I will be happy to share it with you. Do not hesitate to contact me or Nabe Recycling, other people. My contact will be nabe-recycling.com. Feel free to contact me. It will be my pleasure to go through our business plan for Africa, together for a cleaner environment. Thank you.
Well, I hope everybody that is in the room is watching, and I guess they will soon come back from the break at 12:30 in the next 2 minutes. In the meantime, we might come across to see if there's any short presentation all to do with solar energy. Let's see actually this Lagos, and if the Lagos guy didn't finish on time, they will go straight back into the hole.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwadamilala Emmanuel, the General Manager, Lagos State Waterways Authority. LASWA is the agency of government which is in charge of development for water transportation in Lagos State. Currently, there are opportunities for investors on the inland waterways, and I will be presenting those opportunities today. Now, the opportunities that currently exist is the licensing of 4 priority routes and the concessioning of a freight terminal and also a passenger terminal as well. Now, the passenger terminal is worth $22 million. The freight terminal is worth $110 million, while the licensing of these 4 priority routes is worth $3 million. Now, what's the impact of these projects? The impacts of this project is one, decongestion. We're going to see massive decongestion of the roads, which currently have about 3 million trips. And the whole idea that this project would decongest the roads by more than 15%. Would also see an increase in the usage of water transportation, which currently has 100,000 daily. We're hoping that this project will increase that by 200%. We'll also see a reduction in carbon emissions, and we'll also see intermodal connectivity, which this project brings.
Apologies, just want to quickly go.
Okay. We'll also get employment opportunities, of which there'll be thousands of jobs to be offered through these opportunities. Thank you very much. And of course, to exploit these opportunities, kindly contact following. Thank you.
Okay, back to the session. Let's see if the 12:30 is ready. Where are we? 12:30. Okay, we're just waiting for the 12:30 to start. The next section will begin shortly.
Hello everyone, I'm delighted to join you today, albeit virtually, continuing the city's annual participation in the Africa Investment Conference. To those of you who do not know me, I am Vincent Keane, 693rd Lord Mayor of the City of London. That means that as well as being the civic leader of the City of London Corporation, the local government body for London's financial district, I'm also an ambassador for the UK's financial and professional services sector, which is why I'm with you today to discuss how we can work together and how we can promote sustainable finance across Africa. We all recognize that finance is vital to enable transition to a net zero emissions economy. Within the City of London, we have our own climate action strategy to achieve net zero to the square mile and across our investment portfolio by 2040. If sustainable finance is to succeed worldwide, we need three things. One, new forms of cross-sector and cross-border collaboration. Two, the removal of barriers to investment. And three, the directing of more private capital towards climate change, mitigation, and resilience. This is what the City of London Corporation has been working for through our support for the Green Finance Institute, which supports sustainable solutions around the world. And at COP26, we worked with the Green Finance Institute to launch the Green Horizons Summit, bringing together financial and professional services from around the world to mobilize climate finance for net zero. This was known as the Finance COP, and the announcement that Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero has increased its membership to over 450 firms, with more than $130 trillion of assets, all committed to accelerating the decarbonisation of the economy, is a clear sign of momentum in the sector. With the understanding that the capital is available, the discussion turned to how to transform committed capital into action that can create real-world impact. There is huge potential for economic growth and a green transformation throughout Africa. The African market is one of the fastest growing in the world, with new financial and tech hubs emerging in cities like Lagos, Nairobi, and Kigali. During the pandemic, we saw that whilst international cooperation was at times challenging, Pan-African relations remain a remarkable exception. Not only has there been collective action on the industry side, but governments also remain engaged with business leaders and their counterparts across the continent, keeping African markets open for business. This Pan-African cooperation is exemplified by the African Continental Free Trade Area. This has the potential both to boost intra-African trade by 52% by eliminating import duties, and to double this trade if non-tariff barriers are also reduced. It will provide new opportunities across industries and a chance to promote sustainable development. By 2040, the African market seems set to be the largest in the world. At the City of London Corporation, we are excited to see the growth of the market we have such deep links with, and we are eager to continue our engagement with the continent. In the past year, we have supported initiatives such as the Nairobi International Financial Centre, as showcased during President Kenyatta's visit to the Mansion House in July. We regularly work with African stakeholders and UK businesses in Africa, helping drive growth. I look forward to continuing to support bilateral trade between Africa and the UK, with the city as the gateway for global investment. I hope I've given you a brief overview of how we in the city have supported and will continue to support economic growth in Africa, especially within green finance. You'll hear more about the UK's financial opportunities in the upcoming panel session. Thank you.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. Today we are living in the eye of not just one storm, but two storms: a climate change disaster and a global COVID-19 pandemic. They are mutually reinforcing and exacerbating our climate emergency. This has the world at the crossroads. We all know that we have a choice to make. Business as usual is a surefire route to chaos. If we want to prosper, all return what we have, we must a new pathway towards safe and sustainable societies. The clean investments, we must green our economies. It is crucial to take advantage of the recovery from COVID-19 emergency to build forward. Nowhere is this needed more than in Africa, where about 70% of the infrastructure is yet to be built. On the continent, we have the opportunity to build right the first time. Consequently, enormous business and investment opportunities abound. However, money matters. The often most cited constraint is the lack of finance at scale. For instance, the African Development Bank estimates that Africa's infrastructure financing needs are around $170 billion a year by 2025, with an estimated gap of around $100 billion per annum. This is massive. We need a revolution in sustainable finance to mobilize these resources and to spend it well. We have heard from the Lord Mayor of London what this would entail. We need to direct our private capital towards mitigation and adaptation to have sustainable finance succeed. There is a global interest in financing mitigation, and rightly so. As the Lord Mayor has again noted, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero holds about $130 trillion of assets, all committed to decarbonization. This is great, but financing mitigation is not enough. Today, already, Africa is facing climate change impacts that undermine national economies, health, and their claimed lives. This will only increase. If we stop emitting today, the amount of carbon dioxide locked in the Earth system will continue to create havoc in Africa over the next 2 decades. There will be casualties. Africa needs us to back the quest for clean and low carbon development with the imperative of building a climate resilient world. But financing adaptation and resilience is a big challenge. Crucially, an estimated 75% of climate finance is expected from the private sector. But today, the private sector hardly steps in. Only 3% of Africa's private development finance goes to adaptation. If private investments keep lagging behind, so also will resilience. The Global Center on Adaptation, that's the GCA, was established 3 years ago with the aim of changing this, to bring about revolutions, not only in financing, but also in understanding, planning, and implementation of good projects. We are a global organization focusing solely on adaptation. We are a solutions broker. My name is Anthony Nyo. I'm the African Regional Director at the Global Center on Adaptation. Also on secondment from the African Development Bank, where I am the Director for Climate Change and Great Growth. It is indeed my pleasure to chair this very exciting session. At GCA, we are working to overcome 2 key challenges to private sector financing of adaptation and resilience. First, limited awareness of the positive cost-benefit ratios, and 2, insufficient capacities to develop the right kinds of projects. We are addressing the first challenge through our reports on state and trends in adaptation, where we are making knowledge on cost-benefit ratios of adaptation investments widely available. The message is crystal clear. Investing in adaptation and resilience is simply smart economics. For instance, every dollar invested in resilient infrastructure yields $4 in return. And in partnership with several MDBs, we are building capacities for public-private partnerships to deliver resilient infrastructure in energy, water, transport, and cities. We are also developing a certification program for climate resilient infrastructure officers. While these are important, access to financing remains crucial. Through its several finance offers, the UK has clearly taken the lead in making finance available for clean investments in Africa. African parties must be able to take advantage of this to direct more private capital towards clean and resilient growth. Today, we will hear from key players about the UK's financing offer, how it works, how businesses can engage, key opportunities and challenges in financing clean and resilient projects, as well as point to replicable solutions. As Africa's leaders reiterated at COP26 in Glasgow, Africa is open to and ready for business. Let's take advantage of this. I'm therefore pleased to invite the panelists to take the floor. All being heavyweights in their fields, I will not do the injustice of trying to introduce them. They will introduce themselves. I will ask that as you take the floor, you first introduce yourself and your organization. Let's begin. The first question goes to Julia. Which sector other than energy do you see providing the greatest opportunities in the area of clean growth? When you talk about clean growth, everybody's mind in Africa goes to energy. It's important. But which other area do you think we can have opportunities for investments?
Thanks very much, Tony. And just to start with the introduction. So my name is Julia Beck. I'm the Deputy Director of Strategy at UK Export Finance, the UK's export credit agency. So as an export credit agency, UKF's role is around sort of supporting UK content, and our instruments are commercial debt financing ones. And we work with both sovereign and private counterparties, as well as on project financing and public-private partnership structures. So I think our support is best suited for more mature technologies where sponsors are looking to deploy at scale, really. And we're seeing a huge amount of demand and take-up for UKF support in Africa. So in the last financial year, 2020 to 21, we provided £2.3 billion worth of support in African markets, up from around 600 million in 2018-19. So the kinds of sectors that we're seeing this demand in, the majority of that support went to infrastructure projects, and very much focused on kind of areas with strong positive developmental impacts. So the kinds of sectors we're seeing a lot of demand and a lot of activity in are around water projects, clean transport, healthcare. So as an example, last financial year, we provided a £1.7 billion guarantee to 2 new monorail trains in Cairo by Alstom. We supported through a direct loan of £27 million the Ghanaian government to help with a clean drinking water project for around 225,000 people. So I think it's in those kinds of sectors. Healthcare is another really big one. So recently, our first deal in Côte d'Ivoire, we supported the construction of 6 hospitals. We've got huge market risk appetite to do more business in Africa. And we've entered around 5 new markets in West Africa in the last 4 years. So a pipeline of in excess of £5 billion worth of project opportunities.
That's exciting to know. Because this morning I chaired a session on water, and African leaders kept saying they have been forgotten, the water sector. So Chris, you are the head of infrastructure equity at CDC. What are the opportunities out there, other than maybe including energy?
Thank you very much, Anthony, and really great to be a panelist alongside distinguished guests on this session today. Maybe I'll start first by talking about CDC, or soon to be renamed the British International Investment PLC.
which will be taking place April this year, and really just talk about why we've done the name change, what that means for us as a strategy, and particularly to focus on the fact that we're now entering a new 5-year strategy period. Then I'll talk about the investments we've made, the sectors and subsectors of areas of focus, and maybe come back to you, Anthony, in terms of the things that we would want to do, particularly with a green growth climate perspective. So in terms of the new name change, it signifies for us an increased depth of what the organization already does and highlights our role as part of the UK government's international financing offer. We're aiming to be best in class in terms of a bilateral development finance institution and a leader amongst development-focused impact investment firms, which is core to what we currently do. Now, we've been backing African businesses since 1948, so just over 70 years. We will now be stepping up our ambition under this new name, which also is at the heart of this 5-year strategy I talked about earlier on, where clean and green growth across the continent is going to be a major focus for us. Our new strategy is going to be underpinned by 3 main core themes. One is about productivity, sustainability, and inclusivity, which we believe would lead to investments to meet the global opportunities that we see out there, address the big challenges, including the core focus of ours, which is jobs, but also the twin crises of climate and natural resource depletion. So what have we done to date? In the past 5 years, which is the ending of our current strategy period, we've invested close to £7 billion and mobilized a further 2.5 billion. We've backed businesses that have employed nearly 1 million people in our markets, and our portfolio companies have paid in excess of £10 billion in taxes. As a DFI, we invest directly from our balance sheet. We take a lot of risk. I would say compared to most DFIs, equity investing, which is the part of the business I sit in, is a bit much about taking risks, which is taking early risks, potentially taking development risks, because one of the key challenges we find in this space is enough capital in what I call the upstream side of things, so taking that risk. So from our ambition as CDC, I will say we are looking in the next 5 years on an annual basis to invest 30% of our capital with a climate finance lens. So that means infrastructure is going to remain a big focus for us. So electricity or energy has been a big focus. We probably say we supply perspective. So water and wastewater from an adaptation and resilience perspective, we see a community.
Mashallah, mashallah.
Also see
Happy birthday to the one. Happy birthday to the one. Happy birthday.
They are going to make me chief host. I was about to come out. Alistair showed that the Ben television guys then send me a text saying he's stepping out quickly, so can I be the host while he's out temporarily? Just texts and I was just about to come out. Said this, please do, come back on. So.
Please unmute the real issue screen. Please unmute the real issue screen. Thank you.
Oh, God, issue now. It's not happening. I've tried it. It's not happening.
Yes, whoever is manning the screen of the real issue will be the one to unmute it. You won't be able to do that because there was a mute all that was issued.
Yeah, I did that mute all when someone was actually doing a birthday party and singing happy birthday music. And then I try to identify the individual participant, but unable to, so I mute all. Now I'm trying to bring it back on and I'm struggling with it. Is that Louis?
Yes, it is. It's only if somebody is actually by the real screen. Who is manning that real issue screen for Alistair? Whoever is manning that.
I think Alistair is gone out and nobody is there, in my opinion.
Oh, if there's nobody there, there's nothing we can do. Unfortunately.
He just send me a message saying he's on his way, he's going to pop out short, and they would like if I could just be a co-host.
All right.
And all of a sudden we got into the situation where someone is doing a birthday party in the middle of it all. So I try.
Yeah, that was coming from Rex. Rex, is that somewhere or something like that?
Oh.
Well, we'll just wait.
Exactly.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Alistair is currently working on the reissue on mutes, so we shall be hearing them shortly. I've got it to him and he's doing it. He's reaching out to someone in the office to do that.
We're also looking at new technologies such as battery storage. For example, we're working on a project in Senegal with the Senelec.
Thank you.
Who are the Sheila portfolio company, who also have an operating wind project in the country, the largest wind project in West Africa, Taiba DI. And while our main focus, and certainly my focus, has been on the energy sector, we are also looking at other sectors for clean growth, such as water infrastructure projects, as well as real estate investments that lead the market in environmental standards. Thanks, Anthony. I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lisa. And now turn to Marco Serino. You are with the Private Infrastructure Development Group. Can you tell us what some of the challenges you face as a private developer, which I think you are, in financing clean or in identifying and actually financing clean projects on the African continent? And the challenges and what are there?
Thank you, Anthony, and thanks to colleagues. And just a few words to introduce the Private Infrastructure Development Group. We are infrastructure developers and investors, focus exclusively on infrastructure in Africa and Southeast Asia. About 3/4 of our portfolio is in Africa. We were set up by a group of government, including the UK. We currently attract both public and private finance, and we work and co-invest specifically with the private sector. Our mandate is really to bring the private sector in geographies and jurisdictions where they wouldn't otherwise go. We've got a relatively high risk appetite. Over 50% of our investments are in fragile and conflict-affected states. Over 50%, actually 60% in Africa, are in least developed countries. And in terms of sectors, some of the focus is in energy. I'm going to highlight a couple of challenges there. But I think it's important to say that across the group, we operate along the entire infrastructure development structure and capital structure as well. So early stage, TA, and project development and equity, long-term debt guarantees and local currency solutions. And the combination of those tools is essential when we operate in geographies where it's very difficult to attract and back private sector. So I'll give you an example of some of the challenges to face. In November 2021, but the president of Malawi inaugurated the first solar IPP in country, grid connected, which our equity arm in and one of the key challenges there is a common one. So how to match the return expectation of private investors with the affordability demands of the government. Now, in that case, viability gap funding was essential. So blended finance structure was essential in doing that. In other case, like it's still at the end of 2021, we worked on the signing after 5 years of the first solar IPP in Chad. And there the challenges were different in terms of the endurance that it took to go through the political crisis and the instability of the country, and the cost of persevering through that period could only be met through patient capital. In that case, we had to leverage our debt arm, which also includes investment from Standard Chartered and others, in order to bridge a gap. So I think the combination of different tools is essential in order to address the otherwise impossible risk-return configurations, as well as the very long project development lead stability. But the rewards are great because by investing in this first of a kind independent power producers, then you're creating the blueprint for others to replicate. Now, moving to other sectors, as you've asked my colleagues, electric mobility is certainly one of interest. 2021, which was our first investment in fully electric taxi service in Nairobi. 2021, the second one in two-wheelers taxis in Uganda. We see that as a sector of expansion, and more broadly, logistics and transport. So we are trying to specialize as well on logistics on and transport on rivers and water streams. We see that as really important, both improving productivity as well as cutting greenhouse gas emissions by cutting transport times as well. And on the adaptation side, our expertise has been in the water sector with the African Development Bank. In other words, brought by the first PPP water in Kigali, and we're trying to replicate that across different cities in Africa, but also operate at a smaller scale. For example, solar-powered irrigation in Senegal. So I would say these are among the key sectors and the challenges and the ways in which we've addressed that. And the last thing I want to mention in terms of the challenges is how to leverage the capital which is present in country by attracting local institutional investors to infrastructure asset classes. And we, in our experience, those can be agnostic to the climate alignment of the infrastructure that are financed. So I think there's a role there to play in with institutions like a credit enhancement facility, like what we're doing in Nigeria with InfraCredit, and more generally with our guarantee arm to work with them and trying to align their incentives towards infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Marco. That's good. You've raised the issue of partnerships, working with the MDBs and so on. On the continent, I see some trend, a paradox. You find a group of people say, we have projects, we don't have money, we can't find money to finance it. Then we meet people like you who say, we have money, but we can't find the project. So what really are the issues? What is it that, have you met this sort of situation? What have you done to address it? Julia, get back to you.
I think that's a really, really key question. And as you say, there isn't really, it's not that there's a lack of liquidity, and there's certainly no lack of projects. So I think in government, we need to spend a bit of time thinking about what our role is in helping to match those two together. So for us at UKEF, we're thinking right now about how we can work with the private sector to de-risk some of those projects and help mobilize that private financing. And I think this is a theme that both Farouk and Marco have already really picked up on. And it's a really fast growing area as well. So we need to constantly look at our offering and risk appetite to make sure that it meets the needs of the market. In terms of solutions, I think that theme around join up. So for us in government, how can we make our collective offer, so including CDC, PIDGE and UKEF, as well as some of the other the other instruments within our ODA funding, easier to navigate and more customer friendly. And so I think we need to be joining up together institutionally better. And then between government, multilaterals and the private sector, how can we work together in a smarter way? And I think UKEF and Standard Chartered, that's certainly something that offers lots of great examples. So Farouk has already mentioned that we've worked together on quite a lot of projects. So some of the things that we've worked together on recently in African markets include some hospital projects in Ghana and Angola, and electricity substation distribution network in Continental in Angola and Mbale Airport in Uganda. So I think some good examples, but we need to make sure that we are constantly looking at our offer to make sure that it's working for the market.
Thank you. Chris, I get back to you. You rolled out some very impressive numbers. And I know that most of these numbers are dependent on being able to identify the right kinds of projects. Do you have a provision that would help these people probably to be able to now develop the right kinds of projects so you are not on the wrong side when you get into it?
Thanks, Anthony. And I think Julia's touched on quite a few things. So, it's a common question asked. There's a lot of capital, there's a gap in infrastructure in our market. Why are the two not meeting? And I think that there's no silver bullet per se in how this is addressed, but maybe I'll pick on a few thoughts and also experience that we've had. So I think a key piece for me is the availability of ready-made investable projects. What does that really mean? There's an element around alignment of all stakeholders. Infrastructure, by the nature in our markets, you have not just the public and the private, but you have a lot of other stakeholders like financiers, developers, credit agencies. You have people like World Bank involved in that. And it's about how do you align all priorities together, because you could say it's like baking a cake. How do you bring up the right ingredients at the right time to make it happen? So those are the type of things we see. Now, one clear thing we always raise is about making sure that you have the right partners who understand the market, who understand the role they play in the life cycle of a project. But more importantly, within the kind of capital framework, you have all the right ingredients in there. So CDC, for example, we believe the type of capital we have sits between concessional capital and commercial capital. One of the big drivers that we look at is we are a long-term investor. We have a long-term horizon. So our view is we are there to help smoothen some of the natural ups and downs in transactions. But we're not a very early stage philanthropic type capital. So it's about how do we make sure of bring that type of capital along with ourselves. I think Farouk mentioned blended finance, for example. How do we bring that capital together? How do we also think about mobilizing local participation and local capital so that you can create that stream so that everybody playing a role in making a project bankable or investable is very clear the role that capital play. So investors like ourselves, what do we look for in projects? We like projects that are predictable. We like projects to be repeatable. We like projects to be dependable. Some might say very boring, but that's the nature of the things we do in this market. So what we've seen where there's been success is where there's been a programmatic approach to projects. So what do I mean by that? So South Africa, there has been 5 rounds of renewable energy program. First round, second round, we've just had round 5, where one of our investing companies, Globalec, has won about 1.4 gigawatts worth of renewable power to be developed there. And that's attracted a lot of investors to the table because there's a clear timeline, there's a clear process to follow. And at the end of it, investors know that there will be a project to build and to finance. And ultimately, the end user is focused on what the right tariff and the quality of the electricity to be produced. Similarly, in Egypt, there's been the Ben-Ban program in Egypt, where a bunch of DFIs have come together, worked with government, and produced a programmatic approach to basically standardize project documents, try and put a clear timetable to when you bid to when the asset is to be built. So I would say it's about utilizing the lesson learned from those type of programs and replicating it across the continent, across not just only power, but even water. In Egypt, for example, the experience in Kigali that Paige have gone through, how do we replicate those? Because the ingredients are there to help us define what you can have to make a project investable. So I think for me, those are the key things. I guess maybe one last point to maybe talk about as it's reference to how do we also get more clean energy onto the grid. So one of the things we've done as so CDC, 70 years of investing in the continent, power energy has been a key focus area because that's an enabler for many other sectors or many other areas. We found that the challenge now is not about the availability of electrons. It's more around the grid having the capacity to actually take the electrons and move it to the end user and ultimately create a sustainable ecosystem where the revenue is being generated by the payers of the electricity ultimately can self-fund the sector. So that's where I believe is probably one of the biggest gaps to create more clean energy in Africa, particularly. What we've done there is, again, showing that we can take risks. Because we couldn't find a ready-made partner or ready-made company to invest in, we went as far as utilizing a riskier pot of capital in CDC called Catalyst Capital, which basically is a capital given to us by a shareholder, but it's intended to take that very higher risk for very developmental focus. So we've used that capital to create a company called Gridworks. And Gridworks is a development investment focused company that is focused on investing in transmission, distribution, on-grid and off-grid, and ultimately to try and enable the flow of electrons, clean electrons, onto the grid, because the bulk of the utilities in our markets are bankrupt. So you need to find a route to try and make that possible to allow investors to come on. So that's just one example of, I guess, how you can think about making projects investable for investors like ourselves and the role we can play alongside others.
Please, that was quite in depth. Thank you very much. I get back to you, Lisa. Risk. You mentioned Africa. The first thing that comes to investors' mind is risk. And what we have seen is because of that risk, you take an insurance and then you pay and transfer that basically to the poor end users, let me call it poor end users, such that the cost of capital on the continent becomes even higher because people have factored risk, sometimes just perceived risk. How have you dealt with the issue of risk in the areas that you have invested in?
Thank you, Anthony. Let's see. Good question on risk, because as the head of the region, part of my job is, of course, manage our investments, but part of my job is to do fundraising for Actis, and so speaking to our potential investors, current and potential investors, about the macro environment in Africa, about how we structure our risk around our investors. And this could be a state pension fund for teachers in the US. It could be an Asian pension fund. It could be people who are very far away and don't have experience in traveling or investing in Africa before. And how I like to, and they may also not be experienced in investing in infrastructure asset classes versus more traditional private equity asset classes, which looks at, EBITDA multiples and growth and sales projections, versus oftentimes in energy, as we know, these are kind of long-term stable offtake agreements where your 20-year projections are quite dependable compared to, say, a consumer goods business. So we like to try and actually explain to our investors and other people that we meet in the markets that these are highly structured projects with long-term contracts, government-owned counterparties. Sometimes every now and C&I will be different types of counterparties. And in order to make the projects affordable to the end consumer, we need to use often concessional financing from a number of the other panelists, for example, senior debt or junior debt. We need to make use of some of the multilateral grant facilities in order to de-risk those early stage projects, rather than using kind of private sector capital for that very early risky stage capital. We do need, because as Chris mentioned, oftentimes the off-taker is a government-owned utility in financial distress. We do need comfort from the sovereign through some sort of guarantee mechanism that if that utility is in financial distress, that they will step in and take over some of those liabilities. So when you look at well-structured energy projects in Africa with good, credible off-takers, whether sovereign or whether strong corporates, the actual risk in these projects is much, much lower than the perceived risk of, investing in a frontier market. And, we do make use of things like political risk insurance. We are, you could say, MIGA's biggest customer on the continent, number of policies issued. But for us, those are important elements. Those are not insurance policies we ever want to call on. We just want to ensure that we make profitable investments that get paid on time. And those are the kind of risk rewards that we are looking for. And I believe that, we still can achieve. Back to your earlier point, though, I think the disconnect between everybody saying they need capital and those of us with capital, whether equity or debt, is how well structured the projects are. And that requires a government commitment to those projects. And sometimes those calling for capital may not actually have that. So it takes kind of seasoned investor, whether equity or debt, like, other people on the panel, to understand who has those different elements around a project such that the eventual outcome is low enough risk that the eventual tariffs of the consumer is cheap enough, because that's really the target, is cheap power to build economies.
One of the objectives of this panel is to share your experiences so that many others who are watching would also learn and see how they can also make finances available. Farouk, in some countries in Africa, you play a lot in the energy field. Let's just take it back to energy, because that's one of the greatest needs and demands for the continent. You have a situation where the energy sector is completely unbundled. Then you have the distribution, the generation, the transmission, everything. Then you also have some countries where the government holds on to the transmission and unbundles the generation and the distribution. If you have experience in working in those two, what lessons have you learned, or what do you think should be the way to go so that finance can flow into that sector?
Well, thank you. So, where we've seen financing most appropriately arranged has been where the sector has been unbundled, where obviously the generation side of the financing is the one which is the most easily risk mitigated and most palatable from a investor perspective. And we've seen that in Nigeria, we've seen that in Kenya, we've also seen that in Cote d'Ivoire. And we think that that's where the sweet spot has been for private sector coming in. However, wherever they have come in, we do require the involvement of multilaterals and development financial institutions, because we think that they do have this positive effect of crowding in private sector financing. But more importantly, they also bring a halo effect into the transaction, which is generally required by investors like ourselves, because when things are not going right, you don't want to pull all the guarantees from the sovereign. You want to have a discussion with them. Where the next need is obviously in the transmission side of where there are a number of transmission companies, sub-Saharan Africa, and this is where the challenge has been. Up till now, we, as a private sector side, when we look at PPP, we find it very difficult to finance it transaction only, and I think this is looking to bring the framework in there and make those first few bankable projects so that the private sector can follow through in the footsteps of the MDB.
Okay. Thank you, Farouk. That's interesting. If you all had crystal balls and you looked into the crystal ball, where would you see Africa at 2030? Knowing that the theme that has run through this conference has been growth, but the UK, as the presidency of the COP, actually pushed so much for adaptation and resilience. So, as a financier, we look into a crystal ball, less than 1 minute. What would you see? Marco, where do you see Africa?
Thanks, Stephanie. Fascinating question there. I think we see the opportunities and the challenge at the same time. 2030 is deadline for the SDGs, as well as a crucial milestone for the transition and the energy transition and the transition towards clean growth. We believe Africa can show its way on, as you mentioned at the very beginning, 7% of the infrastructure has not been built, it can be built right. And that is our commitment, not just from COP or from before, to push the frontier of what is technically peaceful, what is financially peaceful, in the belief that those innovations will inspire others to replicate. So won't be easy, and how do we bring at least a good amount of the 130 trillion that were announced in Glasgow towards the continent means to have at least a fraction of that number allocated to the very boring project development, ensuring that everything meets the right standards so that investors can come in, but also allow institutions like us to do the first projects, but also then package those and exit so that others can come in. And I think 2030 is when we'll see these things happen at that time.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes. Julia, what does the crystal ball show?
Well, I think if there's anything I've learned in the last 2 years, it's not to try my hand at crystal ball gazing. And I think my colleagues on the panel today are much better placed than I am to make predictions. So I'll leave that to them. What I'd like to spend my minute talking about is how we're going to get there. So coming out of COP, I think there's huge momentum across both the public and the private sectors, with some really, really ambitious NDC and SDG targets taking us through to 2030. So I think now we need to focus on delivery, and I think the UK can play a huge role as a partner here. The UK private sector has enormous expertise across the piece in making projects needed to get us to 2030 a reality. So whether that's in emerging technologies like hydrogen, CCUS, microgrids, in structuring the financing packages needed, or in ESG consultancy to ensure that projects are delivered to the highest standards. And the UK government is developing its toolkit to support this, and there's a huge role for non-concessional financing, including export credit agency support from UKEF, as well as ODA programs and CDC and PIDGE, of course. So for us at UKEF, we're keen to maintain our leading role in supporting the drive to net zero. So we were the first ECA to stop support for fossil fuels, something that around 40 other export credit agencies have now signed up to. The second to commit to net zero across our portfolio and emissions. And now we're turning our attention to what we need to do in order to help our partners around the world achieve net zero.
Chris, are we on track on the continent?
Egypt COP27, I think a big alignment between the African governments and the big financiers, including UK government, to try and pick 3 key wins on the continent. One, relation to bring in more renewables. Therefore, financing of transmission becomes key and a big focus. And there's a route for the public and private sector to work together to finance transmission assets, because I think that would unlock a lot. I think decentralized renewable energy, like what is being targeted in DRC, 600 million people in Africa lack access, and the bulk of that 600 million are in the distributed renewable energy space. So I think that those 2 are key, because I think that would then open up the continent for the growth that it has been starved of to date.
Okay, thank you very much. Who has not shared? Lisa, you've not looked into your crystal ball.
Thank you, Anthony. I 100% agree with Chris on grid. I have lots to say on grid, but I think we're out of time. Such a key enabler of renewables. I think we will see great amounts of renewables growth, both to utilities and to off-grid. I think we will see a modest amount of gas, and I think gas is an important transition fuel to net zero, and it enables renewables, but we cannot forget about gas. I do think we will also see by 2030 decommissioning of coal-fired generation, or a lot of it in Southern Africa. But in hand with that has to be a lot of movement and funding attention to the just transition. And that's I think we've got 9 years now to work on that. I think we can make some significant progress in the next year or two.
So this has been very exciting. Thank you so very much for the insights. I'm sure a lot of your viewers, a lot of our viewers will be out there knowing the magnitude of resources that are available going to Africa, knowing what sorts of projects that can and will be funded by you is very important. And the fact that they know that you are there and are available to finance clean growth initiatives is welcoming news on the African continent. So I thank you so very much. Every one of you have been wonderful, you've been great, and we'll have a lovely day. Thank you.
And someone near the real host or the real issue change or click on the next agenda for us, because I'm unable to do it here, although I've been made the co-host. So I believe someone is by the text there, if there is. We need someone from the real issue to click on the next agenda. I've tried to reach on to Alistair because he's not by his desk right now. Unfortunately, he's yet to come back. He said he will get back to me in half an hour's time. So hopefully by 2:30.
Hello, afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you?
Fine, Mr. Adi. Do you need Alistair to do something?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, what shall I tell him?
I need him to click on the next agenda. What is, if you look at the screen, something is displaying on the screen.
I'll send him the message right now.
Yeah, it says, thank you for watching. The session has now ended. Please return to the agenda page and click on the next section to join.
Hello, Mr. Ade. They're still trying to find if they can do it. So, but we're gonna rush in to see because it's only that system that was connected to the African event. So we gotta try and keep trying.
Okay.
Thank you.
The pleasure is mine. Thanks for your effort.
Hello.